Hello, everyone. Welcome to Mandela Effects After Dark, my community spotlight series. I'm your host, Sandy Diva, and joining me tonight is Golden Side with the little buttercup.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing today? How are
Hi.
you doing? Why don't we always start out the stream laughing when it's just the two of us? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good,
I'm
good.
good. Good.
Buttercup says
Okay.
hi.
Hi, everyone. All right, let me say hi to the chat really quick because it's a very short list tonight.
What the
We have
heck?
some lurkers that we do. Um,
Okay.
First in the chat was in the studio, Michael Fontaine, hours ago. Followed by Go Kart Bob, Daniel Riffle, Kitty Caddywhack, Lil Cam 51, Ken Raz, Cy, of course, and David, aka Logan Freeman, Astro, Fugitive, Hellcat 76, Pushing Button 62, D-Man 216 just jumped in the chat right now. Hi, guys. You gonna say hi?
Hello.
Who's hi?
Hi.
There you go.
Hi, everybody.
So,
All right.
tonight is a little. Oh, Noise Guru's here. Hey, Noise.
Hey,
Um,
noise guru.
Tonight is gonna. There's pretty much the same questions as last night, but hopefully totally different answers to be of Psy answering. But there's a few extra questions in there aimed directly at Psy. Now,
Ooh.
again, I'm going to remind everyone: hold your questions until after the show, okay? Because I can't be doing everything. I can't keep up. Hey,
Hey,
Prop is
Prob.
here, and I mean, it worked a little. It was Cy, Pushin, and Roger. But I am going to open up, not to open the panel, but let you guys join up here to ask Cy questions if you'd like. So that is an option. But again, that's going to be after the interview portion. Um, I want to let everyone know I have an update on that man in the year 2027. More stuff to prove that it's fake. So maybe tomorrow night or maybe tonight again. I don't know. It's not going to take long. It's going to be like, like an hour at the most, giving you all the information. But
Ooh, that sounds
interesting.
juicy.
I mean, you already know what it is.
I
Shush.
know that's why.
But it's good, right?
Yeah, it's good. Gotta tune in.
Yeah. All right, let's see. I think we're going to hop right into it.
All right, let's hop right into it. I'm game.
All right. Again, withhold questions till the end, whether in the chat or on panel. All right. The first question for Sai, and only for Sai.
Oh,
When did you realize you had psychic or paranormal abilities and could see things others could not?
I
Or sense
actually,
things?
I
Sorry.
actually realized it as a kid when I was a child. So I'd say about 4 or 5. I started really like it started out kind of hearing things, like having the spirits would talk to me, and I could see things that pretty much no one else could. Or if they could see them, they kind of played it off like they couldn't. Um, I was afraid to go to sleep at night a lot. I was kind of a night owl at 4 or 5. um, and then it just kind of progressed from there. So, like, I had several entities kind of around me when I was little, and they weren't bad, they weren't mean. Some of them would play with me, and I kind of wrote it off as like, and I think my parents did too, as like an imaginary friend type thing. And but they knew things, and They were very encouraging. I can honestly say that. Like, they used to tell me my stuff that I made was beautiful and, give me ideas on what to build with my Legos and stuff. Have tea parties with me type stuff, but it was very, very innocent, very nice, and I wasn't afraid at all. But the ones that came at night, they were a little scary because I didn't know what they were. And my prophetic dreams were very scary for me. When I turned about 13, that's when I really realized um, that something was there. I kind of not only sensed it, but I could talk to it. So I kind of went in a progression, and it would tell me things like, and I've said this before on other streams. It told me the code to the pay preview, so I could watch House Party. Um, it would tell me this. Yeah, I watched House Party. I wanted to, and it told me the code, so I watched it.
Your
And
parents must
then,
have loved that.
oh yeah, I don't think my mom really knew how to take it because it wasn't a code that, like, I didn't know it before Bob told me it. So um, I had no idea. I didn't even know it would work, and then it worked, and then I was kind of like, oh crap, I don't want to get in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She didn't really say much about it to me. Like, I think she kind of wrote it off and took it like as a notation because when I was a kid, I used to tell her things like, "Oh, there's a ghost that bounces the ball in the bedroom," and she would just try to rationalize it and say it was the hot water heater or the radiators or air in the pipes. Like, she always tried to come back with something rational, but the things that she couldn't rationalize, she just kind of looked at me and she didn't mention them again. Like, um, I was really upset with the movie Snow White, so she couldn't, like, she monitored what I watched. Anything like that had some type of emotional thing to it, like Snow White. Oh yeah, I didn't watch those types of movies as a kid. Mainly because I would get really upset. And with the Snow White thing, I was very upset that they did not have a funeral for her. And I said they didn't. As a kid, I called it a party. So I was like, they didn't have a party for her. And I was hysterically crying in the movie theater. And my mom's like, you don't have a party when someone dies. I said, yes, you do. To say goodbye to them, you have a party for them. And they didn't have a party for her. And I think she just
Oh,
looked at me and kind of ushered me out of the movie theater kind of quickly. And she used a lot of humor to deal with that stuff. So um, she probably took me somewhere and just tried to make me laugh. Um, but I saw a lot of stuff when I was a kid, and the lights would flicker on and off. We had those touch lights, like chandelier-ish type lamps,
hmm.
and they would come on automatically. And she would just write it off as something, something, whatever it was. I would say things to my grandmother too, and she would just look at me and be like, how do you know that? Or how do you know that? How do you know the words to that? And how do you know that that exists? You're too little to know that kind of deal.
Hmm.
But as I got to 13 and, Bob would tell me, put the cigarette out because not started smoking, but I kind of dabbled in it a little bit when I was 13. And Bob would be like, your mom's on her way home, put the cigarette out. And I would ignore him, and I got caught smoking
Oh
because
no.
she did come home early. So that's
Oh.
been my experience. I think 2008, well, the early 2000s are when I started realizing the dreams were prophetic. 9/11 I had dreamed of, several different ones I had dreamed of that happened on the world stage, and then things started happening in my life that I realized I had already dreamt. And I took note of it, but I didn't tell anybody because I was afraid to tell anybody. I didn't want anybody to think I was crazy or anything like that. Um, I didn't want anybody to have an opinion. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't know what it was. And I just kind of wrote it off until 2018 and I got my upgrade. And it was no longer just them coming to me, it was me going to them too. So if I wanted to see something, I could see it, I could pinpoint it. Um, After that, I've been pretty open with being a psychic. Um, to one or two family members, but I try to keep them out of that because I don't want them to get sucked in to it. And but being online and stuff like that, I felt more freedom to tell people I am a psychic and I am here to help. And I want to help people. I think, there are some things I can explain that's happening that, and messages to people to try to help them in their lives, whichever way they use it. But I don't charge when I give psychic readings or I give advice or anything like that because I do it to be nice. I don't do it to gain anything out of it.
I know, but well, you could if you absolutely needed to, right?
Yeah, I could. I mean, it drains a lot of my energy. I did at one point in time go on streams and do like group psychic readings for different people in chat and stuff like that, but it does drain a lot of energy out of me. And I started feeling like I was tired and just too tired. It was like an emotional tired, and I was just like pulling too much energy. And it's also kind of hard with a like group chat read to see whose energy I'm pulling on. So if I pull something negative, that'll drain me quicker, and then I have to replenish before I do it again, or just to be myself like normal. Um, there are some people that have negativity around them or hold negative energy, and when they see when they see me, they either run or they try to change my energy by being like negative or miserable. And as I do psychic readings, because that takes energy out of me to begin with, adding that extra negativity onto me, it takes more energy. And so I kind of stopped doing that and I stopped, you know, going on streams as much because it was kind of like a habit. I wanted to help people, and if I knew something, I would just help them. Does that
Mm,
make sense?
absolutely.
And I had to kind of learn how to back off of that. And unless I feel it's desperately needed in some way, I can be there and be like, hey, if you need help, let me know. But I don't go gung ho into it like I did a couple years ago.
Okay, well, now this is more about other people. Um, do you have any advice for those? This is like a two-part question. Do you have any advice for those who experience the paranormal that want to go deeper, or those that experience paranormal that want to get away from it? They don't want to interact with it. Do you have advice for those people?
Yeah, I actually do. So the first part is people that want to dive into the paranormal. Be careful. If you don't see it, there's a reason why you don't see it. And it's usually because you're protected against what could be waiting on the other side. So when you go searching for the paranormal, you don't have a choice of what you pick up. It picks you. You don't pick it. So if you go into, like, say, EVPs or ghost hunting or something to that nature, you can pull something negative back. You can get an attachment. You, there are endless amounts of different like things that can happen. So my advice, if you don't see the supernatural, don't try to do the supernatural things. So, like, I know some people want to do astral projection. I don't recommend it. Keep your soul in with your body. There's a reason, and I understand all the theories of there's silver cord that's attached, but you don't know what can pull back in with you. And it's not so much that you can't get back to yourself, it's what's coming back with you. Don't scribe, and that if anybody doesn't know what scribing is, it's basically hypnotizing yourself in the mirror
Oh gosh.
to,
Uh,
yeah, it's people that look, so you take a mirror, you go into a dark place and you look into it, and you basically are hypnotizing yourself and allowing something to basically giving something the power to write with your body. So you have a pen and paper and you write down stuff. I don't suggest that. I understand all this are in horror movies and stuff like that, and it all looks interesting and intriguing and mysterious and stuff like that. But in real life, outside of the movies, like, it can be dangerous. You are hypnotizing yourself. What if you can't pull yourself out of it? What if you bring something and invite something in that you can't get rid of? You have to really think about that stuff. And I know that a lot of people don't think about that stuff because it's just an intrigue and we're human and that's normal. But try to pull yourself away from that stuff. I watch horror movies, I watch ghost hunting and all that other stuff. But I don't do it myself. Like, I'm not sitting there scribing and stuff like that. I have no desire because I know what can come out of it. And once that's there, it can be difficult to get a hold of. It can be difficult to get rid of. Um, so I wouldn't suggest diving deep into the supernatural. Now, if you want to do something like remote viewing, which is where somebody lets you into their energy and you can see things that they see, that's a little different. If you want to do, like, you know, different things like watch stuff, and so I think that's fine. But if you're going deep into the supernatural, be careful and make sure you know somebody that can pull you out of it. And not just somebody that says they're a psychic or says that they're a Reiki master or something. Somebody that actually is. So somebody that's okay, this is the plan. If this happens, then this is what we're going to do. And most of those people, I hate to say it, do charge to do that kind of stuff. So if you're not looking to spend a large amount of money to get rid of an attachment, I would highly suggest you just don't go after the things that can give you the attachment.
um,
And the second part is people that are seeing the supernatural or supernaturally gifted.
wait, before you go there,
Hmm. Hmm.
um, you mentioned EVPs. I did not go looking for that. Okay, that just started happening,
Hmm.
and I did listen to you. Even though a lot of people don't. You were saying,
I know it's really frustrating being a psychic sometimes because you can give advice because you see what they're headed for and you want to reroute that. You don't want that to happen. So if I see something that could hurt them or that's bad for them, I'd be like, maybe you want to take this route instead. Maybe you not want to do this. Maybe you want to, like, for example, with you, I told you lay low on the EVP things right now and the supernatural stuff, and it'll go away. It'll go away on its own because you get bored because it's not feeding on your energy. But for the people that don't listen to me and then get stuck in a place that they don't want to be, there's nothing I can do at that point. You ignored everything that I told you to do to not get to that point. There's not much I can do. Like, I can tell you, okay, you may have a choice down the road, and I suggest you to take it to get off of where you're at. But my thing is, and the reason why I feel I have these gifts is because I'm trying to circumvent. I'm trying to stop. Like, okay, this would be better. This would be better for you. But you have, people have the ultimate choice. The choice is yours. I can only sit there and be like, okay, I don't think that's a good idea. And I may not disclose fully why, because sometimes when you tell people why, they end up in that spot anyway, because they kind of sabotage themselves. So I more or less say, well, why don't you try this, or why don't you do this instead? And I've been asked that question actually on other streams too. Like, for example, like if I knew somebody was going to have an accident, would I tell them they're going to have an accident? No, I wouldn't, because then they get paranoid. And then they'll think every time they're in the car, or every time, and it might cause somebody to be agoraphobic. It could cause more damage than me just telling them, why don't you go to the store tomorrow? You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
why don't you not go to the store today? Do you really need that? Like right now, why don't you just wait? I find that works better with people, and they don't listen to me sometimes, but I find that works better for them. And that way, if something happens, they're like, okay, you know, I should have listened to her. Or if they choose to, they go the next day and things work out better. I'm not like a miracle worker that I can stop everything bad happen, but when I see something and it comes very brightly to me, I see the visions like a video, a choppy video, but a video nonetheless. Then I'll be like, you know what? Maybe not so much. And with you, and I felt that that spirit was not the best spirit for to be around you. And I was like, just leave off the EVPs. I'm glad you listened to me. I am. I'm glad. And I send people prayers of all different religions or all different outlooks on whatever they believe in, because belief in a higher power, really, I consider it a must when you're fighting anything dark. You have to have some belief, some faith in something. And I've realized everybody has different beliefs in different things, but that higher power belief actually will help you through it.
And what I'm saying is, I didn't go looking for it. It just started happening.
Yeah.
And as I was just getting, what you were saying is, sometimes if you go looking for it, bad things can happen. Sometimes when you don't, they can happen too. That's what I was getting at. See what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
That's true too. Like, I think a lot of us, certain people have a bright energy or a bright inner light, and that can attract good spirits. It can attract like spirits that just want to kind of lurk, or spirits that want attention, or a little mischievous, or even bad spirits. Um, and they like that, so they're gonna want you to try it out. They're gonna say, "Hey, I like your light, so I want you to see me too. Like, I want you to pay attention to me. I want some of your energy." It's kind of, if you meet somebody that's a positive person and you want to be around them because they're positive, think of that as like an inner light, and they like the inner light. And they're like, it's warm, it's comfortable. I'm lucky. I have 3 attachments. They are not mischievous in any way. They're more protective over me than anything, but they all found me because of my inner light. Even Bob, when I was an infant. So it's like, it's more, but mine are more of a protective energy, and I allowed them to attach because I could tell what their energy was. Um, but I do have one that's in my house that's not attached to me, that will not identify itself, so it cannot attach to me, and I don't I don't play with it. I don't talk to it. I don't try to get it to talk to me. I leave it the hell alone until it stopped knocking crap off of my island. My kitchen island. Like,
Hmm.
other than that, I don't go looking for it because I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's mischievous, or if it just wants attention, how it could drain my energy. I don't I don't play with it. See, I'm a psychic and I don't play with it either. So I'm not just telling you not to play with it. But yes, things can be attracted to your inner light and want your attention and energy.
Okay. Did you fully answer? Because I did interrupt you. Did you fully answer the second part where do you have advice for people who see the paranormal who don't want to
No, I
experience it?
hadn't. So, for those who experience the paranormal and don't want to or don't understand it, first for people who don't understand it. So, if you are seeing entities, if you are having prophetic dreams, if you are um, pulling energies off and you don't understand what's going on or seeing ghosts, shadow people, that kind of thing, I would consult a someone that it knows they're spiritually gifted, like someone like me or someone you feel comfortable with that has a supernatural gift, so they can help you identify what it is that is going on. If you don't want it, ignore it fully, act like it's not there. Act like it's not there. Don't give it any energy. Don't do anything with it. Don't try to look for it. Don't play with it. Say your prayers or whatever meditative prayer you have, whatever your beliefs are, and move on. Just move on. And like I said, like it's not even there. If it tries to grab your attention, just ignore it. If they can't get your energy, then they'll get bored and leave. That's what they do. They get bored and leave. They'll find somebody else with the energy that they can feed on.
Okay. We're going to take a moment really quick because we're switching gears. That was the end of the questions for her. We're going to the Mandela side, is what I'm saying.
Woohoo!
And before we go to the Mandela side, guys, please take a moment to make sure that you hit like on the stream. Subscribe if you haven't already. Ring the bell so you're notified when we go live on weekdays. Because I had this in my head that I was going to do a second one tonight, but I didn't like tell you because I wasn't sure. Like I knew Sai would probably be down, but I was supposed Spider was supposed to be first. So then I figured he'd be second, but he was like, let Sai do it. So here we are. Also, donuts are very much appreciated, very much needed, never ever required. Uh, since you're here, Sai.
Mhm.
Do I have your doggy donut? I don't have your doggy donut here.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Do the twerking donut. You got the twerking
I
donut?
don't have a turkey donut. It's all Christmas here.
No, I mean
I have the
the
cat with the
donut.
Christmas lights.
No. No, I mean
No, you got
the
to pick a new
ho-ho donut.
favorite.
All
You
right.
got
I like
you
that
got
one.
you like this one. Oh wait,
Yeah.
hold on. There's also coffee and donuts, which you could pretend is tea. Tea and donuts.
Tea and
Um,
donuts.
and then there's this guy,
He's creepy.
and then there's snowman guy, and the
Uh,
regular ones. The ho ho. There's this guy. He dances.
I like the ho 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 donut.
So do I.
That's gonna be my new favorite. So ho 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 donut.
Okay, good. 'Cause that's my favorite too. These little hat bounces.
He's like, yo, what's up, homie?
All right, really quickly, in the chat, we have new people. We have
Yay!
Jessica S., Mustard Seed of Faith, Anorexic Dyslexic, Cyber Grunge, Half Truths, Woo Riders DG, Josh, Darkslayer, Whaler Greg, and Jennifer. Hey guys.
Hi, hi everyone.
Hmm. All right. Dun
Hey
dun
Slacker.
dun. Donuts, says Noise Guru. All right. Now these are actually harder for you, I think, but you know, we'll get through
Oh,
them.
here we go. All right.
All right. When did you first become aware of the Mandela effect, Si?
Around 2017.
And how is it that we never crossed paths before then?
Like, I'm
Before.
supposed to know that. I don't know. We've been in the same groups. We've been in the same,
I know.
and never have crossed paths.
I
That's
still
really
can't believe.
bizarre.
I know. I still can't believe there's a whole other part of the Mandela community. Like, how many sections of the Mandela community are separated from one another? Can you imagine if there's a whole other group?
There's three that there's this group here, the group I came from, and the other group I came from. So I originally came from April. Well, April was a person that talked about Mandela effects, and she didn't do live streams because they weren't really popular back then, but she did a lot of videos. And there was also a psychic that did videos and compilations of videos on people who experience personal Mandela effects and people changes. And that's where I originally started. I moved around 2000, the end of 2017 to the 444, which is J. Chris, and then also got into Regato, and that's Regato Bonner, and then I got into RTS Earth, and she was talking about Mandela effects. Now they don't talk about Mandela effects too much. They talk more political and stuff like that. But she, most of her from like videos from like 2016 to 2019 were mainly Mandela effects. That's where I first heard the term NPCs. So it's like a whole bunch of smaller groups, and we just haven't found each other at the right time, or the timing was off. But there has been like some overlaps.
Like
Like,
Regatta Bonner.
yeah, there's been overlaps. Like you know Jay Chris, but you may not know him very well. I watched him every stream. We both know Algorithm.
Well, no,
Um,
algorithm's new here.
oh, he is he
Like
new?
newish here, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, well, he's
But I
from
know
Jake
Crunchy B and Patrick Roberts and Shardik Enough.
and Sharky and Patrick and Crunchy. I met them in about 2021 through someone who watched Jay Chris's show that I was familiar with and close with when Jay Chris was having his show up. Algorithm was from Jay Chris's show. It was like there's little bits and pieces of people that are moving in but the majority of them, honestly, they're not around. Like it's almost like they just left. And I don't know if they just got tired of the Mandela effect or talking about it or felt there wasn't anything new or because they couldn't figure out improve what it was that they got tired of it or life just lifed, you know what I mean? But whichever the reason being, it's kind of like they weren't, you know, it
Side.
wasn't, yeah,
There was like a darkness I can't describe. That's the best I got for you. There was some sort of force stopping people from streaming. And I don't know what it is, but I felt it. And I know everyone around me felt it because they were constantly canceling shows, not showing up, making excuses to not go live. And they were fine once they did. But more times than not, they just, gave into it and didn't. I don't know why, but it started happening around 2022. I don't know when it happened for you with Jay, Chris, and them, but
Jake
2022 is when it happened over here.
Jay Chris was about 20. I think he really slowed down on streaming about 2021
It may have
and
started then.
was very like, yeah, about 2020, 2021. And then it was kind of like people that watched him because the show was pretty popular. His stream was pretty popular. I went on it several times here and there. I was kind of new to actually talking on live streams, so I didn't talk that much, but I talked a lot in chat. And it was like, it kind of felt like a warm community to belong to that was positive and upbeat. And that's what drew me in also. So there was a big following, but it was like people just, after he would stop doing his live streams as much and did more podcast, and then he stopped doing podcast, and now I can't find his channel. And I know I was subscribed. So I don't know if he took down the whole channel, but for people that didn't, I didn't go under Golden Sai in J. Chris's show either. I went under Chris. And that's how most of J. Chris's people know me. The female Chris. Chris the female. So it's like, um, I changed my name, but at the same time, I wasn't recognizing a lot of other people either. And I went to Algo several times too. And then I discovered, well, I got introduced to Patrick Roberts' show. I was on there for about a year or so, which you said you were on, and I don't ever remember you. And I
On
was
where?
actually on Patrick Roberts' show.
Oh yeah, that was back in 2022 or 2021.
And I was on there too in 2021. Why didn't we meet? Why didn't, like, that's bizarre.
I don't know. I was just there on one show.
I was there on the panel all the time. Like, I was on his panel all the time. Like, I was there with Wolfie and Sharky. That's how I met Sharky. But I was on his panel like almost every stream. And Creek Mary and Crunchy.
I know Creek Mary. And Wolfie, of course.
Yes.
And Creek Mary's in the chat. Hey, Creek Mary.
Hey, Creek Mary.
And I will say, like, on our side of the internet, that was about the time we lost Maybe It's Mandela. She stopped making content. Recall Vector privated all of his videos. His account is still there, but his videos are not. Need input a little. He hung in a little bit longer. He stopped making content. He briefly came back, but I haven't heard anything in a while. I'm biased and on the fence. Is he still making content? I haven't seen him around. Lone Eagle left, but he had personal reasons that he left. That wasn't related to what was happening. But Brian McFarland pretty much stopped streaming in 2023, maybe early 2024. Again, they'll come back for like one or two shows and then they disappear again. Curious and Curiouser stopped. If you guys can think of any other in the chat, that would be helpful. I know I'm missing some.
Like, Danny she runs RTSR. She's from she's from BC, British Columbia. So originally but most of her stuff, she kind of left the Mandela effects and went on to more politics stuff and more like herbal stuff. And she does have a couple people who do astrology. I don't particularly agree with them, but if you want a different perspective, there's a different perspective for you. But she does a lot of things, and she has her own website. She just doesn't do really Mandela effects at all. So it's like they kind of just left it. Moonbeam, no one can find her. And I have her personal phone number and everything, and I still can't find her. She's like missing. I hope she's okay. I'm praying for her. But I went on EYA once or twice as well. But she became a little too difficult to get on her panel, so I didn't go on. But I think she's still around. I don't know if EYA is still around. But April had told me in the beginning, in 2017-ish, that as old people will leave, new people will come. She told me that point blank. She said, you have to understand, part of the Mandela effect is that people that talk about it may get alienated from family, friends, etc., and they may not be able to handle that alienation.
Mhm.
And that's how she described it to me, because that's what she had happened. Like her family stopped talking to her friends stopped talking to her and stuff like that, and she just she just started a new life and found somebody, and then I guess she didn't want to lose them too, so she stopped streaming or stopped making videos about the Mandela effect and just deleted her whole channel like it never existed.
Uh, I don't know if it's what happened on your end, but on our end, I was telling people just fight it. Just go live. Hebrew was another one who was dropping out a lot. Just fight it. Just go live. Once you do, everything will be fine. Just fight it. I kept telling them that. I mean, not everyone. I didn't talk to Recall Vector and Need input like that. But the people I streamed with, I did. I was like, just fight it. And they didn't. So just hope one day they come back.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Dark Slayer. I'm glad you talked to her, and I'm glad she's okay. Just let her know I'm worried about her and have been. But it's been like they just dropped and never seen them again. And some of it was 2022, actually, around that time. And some of it was earlier, like 2019-ish. The ones that I watched that started in 2016, the ones that I watched, they dropped off about 2020, 2019. They were around for about 3 years or so, 4 years. Uh, Regato Bonner, he dropped off.
Mm-hmm.
And I was actually worried about him for a while. I'm like, is he okay? And he deleted most of his videos too. Do you think that's a shift, or do you think that's actually something forcing people to move away?
I I don't think it's a shift because I felt something. I felt something. I don't know what I felt. I don't know. Like if you had felt it, you probably would have more answers than I did. But for me, it was just like I could feel something, like like draining the energy from people and their will to do this. It was draining it. I don't know what it was, but there was definitely something, and it was dark. It's all I could tell you. That's the best I got for you. I wish I had something more to tell you, but it
Mm,
definitely felt like there was like a block in people, and they had either, if they didn't push through it, they would just let it happen, and most let it happen
mm.
and didn't come back. Now I don't know if that's what happened with Recall Vector and people I didn't talk to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I just think it's suspicious that I was feeling this. I was seeing the people that I stream with go through that, and they all fell off at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's kind of weird. That's bizarre. Then there must have been something there. Do you know what I mean? Like there,
Mm-hmm.
I saw it with April. Like it really got. It seemed like something was going on. She didn't talk to me too much about it, because I was newer to her channel, and she was basically ending her channel, and she was like she didn't want to leave me high and dry, so she emailed me back and was kind of like, okay, this is what's going on, this is what we're dealing with, and check out this channel. And that was the psychic, and seeing like the woman had about 100 video, more than that, like thousands of videos actually, but they were like 100 each video of small clips of people talking, and they were actually people on webcams and stuff that were talking about their personal Mandela effects. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, crap, like this is happening to like a lot of people. It's not just me, it's not just, it's happening to a lot of people. But then she took down her channel too. So I don't know where they went. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But if you felt a dark force that was like kind of pulling people away,
Mhm.
then that kind of makes sense for so many people to drop off at one point in time. You know, kind of weird when they all go at one point in time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to say something to the chat. Mustard Seed of Faith says, eventually you will run out of content to make. I doubt it. I see. I'm of the belief that it's always happened. It's always there. At least in this timeline, in this reality, it's always been. And I have plenty. I have plenty to cover for a long time. So I don't know about that. I still see new. I found new stuff tonight. Like I don't know. I don't think it's running out. I
I
really
don't
don't.
think it really is running out. I think not having the answers as to what's happening, because I noticed that a lot in like 2021, 20, and some in 2022 too. Um, what is happening? What is making it happen? And that's when a lot of theories started coming out, like simulation theory and this theory and that theory. And even earlier than that, people were throwing theories out left and right, and we're like, nobody could prove it. It's not provable. But I do believe, like you do, in the sense that it has happened for generations. I absolutely believe we are not the first generation to see it. We're just the first generation to really dive into it and talk about it.
I agree. Give me 1 second. I was going to say hello to LVK. All right. We're going to move on to the next one. All right. Why, Sai, did you decide to start speaking publicly about the Mandela effect and related topics, like including what you do, what you did tonight? What made you decide to start speaking publicly?
I felt when the Mandela effect happened, like I said, I thought I kind of was going a little nuts. I thought I was like, something's going on. And I really didn't know what it was or how it was happening or even that it was happening to other people. And I kind of felt like, okay, what is going on? For me, it was changes in people that I noticed first because I'm not as attention to detail as you are with logos and stuff like that. But I am very receptive to people and how they are. So, kind of like it's part of my gift as well. And I noticed changes in people and people's energy changing. And I was like, what is going on? And I kind of felt, like I said, a little bit crazy. Like, well, is it just me type thing? And then I realized it wasn't. And then I'm like, wow, I really don't want anybody to feel that way. Like it wasn't a good feeling. It felt kind of lonely and isolated. And so I wanted to speak out, especially about people changes and stuff like that. And like whether it's family, friends, spouse, whatever, just to be like, hey, you're not alone. You're not alone. And that was the main thing. I just wanted people to know that it's happening to other people too. And they're not alone and they don't have to be alone. And there's a community that can help them. And if obviously no one has figured out exactly what's going on as far as what's causing it, but we can help you kind of get through it. We can help you maybe cheer you up a little bit, maybe give you some suggestions. Just not be by yourself.
Mm-hmm. Good one. Hello, Thailand. Hello, Ormine.
Hi, Ormane.
All right. Guys, remember, we're holding off on questions until the end. I'm even going to let you come up here on the panel and ask your question if you'd like. But for now, just hold off on your questions because I can't keep track of the chat like that. I got to be in the notes reading my questions, so I can't see you when I do that. All right, Sai. What is the first Mandela effect that made you realize this was more than just a trending YouTube topic? And then what are your top three Mandela effects?
Okay. For me, like I said, it was people changes, so I noticed that right away, and that wasn't really um, as popular as the logos and stuff were. As far as the logo stuff, and Kit Kat, number one. Kit Kat was the first one, because that shitting thing had a dash in the middle. It had a dash. There
I
was a
agree.
dash. Um, so that's one. And then two is um, it was more recently discovered. It's big for me, and that's the song "That's Life" by Frank Sinatra. Changing.
Hmm.
He was not a pirate. He was not a pirate. What is the hell is with the pirate thing?
I
He was
agree.
not a pirate. So that was two, and I think
How are you not going to say Mr. Rogers?
because I'm trying to forget about it. And of course, Mr. Rogers. Of course. He did not wear magenta. He did not wear pink. He did not wear purples and yellows and all kinds of crap.
And black
Mm,
and yellow at the same time with zigzags on the sleeves.
he wasn't Charlie Brown. Like, it's just, I don't know. That one was damaging.
I'm
That
sorry.
was so damaging. That was damaging. I'm trying to forget about it, but if I'd have to say if I had to add a fourth one, it would be the music changing angels in most song to angel. That's kind
That
of
was Josh's last night.
yeah, but not just with that. It was with the Black Rose, and there was
Oh, she
another
talks to
one.
Angel now.
Yeah, she talks to Angel now. So I've had several, but I think the one I discovered myself was the Kit Kat because I noticed when I went to break it, there
Hmm.
was no dash for me to break it on. Like that was a game. That was like a little game to me. Like, of course you can break it the normal way, right? But I had to be different and try to break it exactly in the middle of the dash. And there was no dash. And I'm like, there's no dash. Why is there no dash? There was a dash.
Yeah.
And I looked for like I did a lot of research with some of the stuff I found or that other people were talking about as far as patents and I could explain some of the stuff, but I couldn't explain the Kit Kat Dash as well. And I'm like, okay, because you got to look at the patents and the trademarks and everything else and selling from one company to another and overseas selling and all that other stuff. I dove into that um, deeply, but yeah, and the Mr. Rogers thing, I just I can't. I can't. Where's the key cat?
I
We
got it.
need the
I'm getting it. There's your I can't kitty cat.
yeah, I can't.
Oh my god. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, Curse Black. All right. In your opinion, what do you believe is causing the Mandela effect, or which theory makes the most sense to you? And are there any theories you absolutely believe is not causing it?
All right. I have two theories, and one is that we were bumped off of Sagittarius onto Orion. That's a big one for me because I think that takes care of everything. Like if that happened, then we'd see changes in people. Our things physically things would change, and it just makes sense. However, what I really think it is it's the 120-year cycle that deletes everything from the last 120 years and sees how much you remember and how many lessons you've learned through life. And it's kind of like a memory pull. Like, are you going to remember the small details? Are you going to remember how people acted? Are you going to remember people's personality? And also with society as well. Are you going to remember that we already been there, done that, and overcame that? Are we going to repeat it again? Which way are we going to go for the next 120 years? Um, that's the one that makes the most sense to me. That is more logical in my way of thinking, but also the we did. I was on Sagittarius, and I know that I learned that in science. I know I seen it in books. I know that, but we either jump back and went to Orion, or it's the 120, or it could be a combination of the two. And that's how I kind of like you said, multifaceted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
And are
the
there, I'm sorry,
no, go ahead.
I was just saying, are there any theories that in your mind you just can't buy into?
Simulation theory.
Why?
I can't do it. We need to cat. I can't do simulation because we are not a computer game. We are not a computer game. We are not a computer game. We are not in the Matrix. You know, Keanu Reeves is not going to come give us a pill in your dreams and stuff like that. It's not, it's just not there. It's too mechanical and takes away the human element of it. So we are humans. We do have thought patterns and processes and stuff like that. We can make our own decisions. Things that we feel inside personally are unique. We are unique people. I'm not the same as you are. You are not the same as I am. We may agree on some things. We may disagree on some things. We are not programmed in that way to all assimilate to everything. That just takes out the human element of who we are and our spiritual element. So to me, the simulation theory takes God out of it. It takes our creation out of it. It takes our humanity out of it. Does that make sense?
For me, it does.
Right. So I just can't with that because you're telling me that we're in some computer game playing the same
I'm
thing
not
over
telling you
again.
that.
No, not you, not you, but I'm saying that people who believe simulation theory, that it's all a big computer game. And I think it's easier to think that way because you are taking out God and this and that and the human side to it. But we are human. We have human elements to us, both thought and feeling and the reaction and perception. And perception and reality are two different things. So it's like you may perceive something different than I may perceive it. And we have talked privately about that where you're like, oh, I didn't even think of it that way. And I've said the same thing with you. I didn't even think of it that way. That's because we are not in a computer. We are human. And taking that human element away is easier to deal with because it's more, there's no leeway, there's no guesswork. But with humans, you do have guesswork because everybody will react in a different way to different things. That's the way we are made.
I agree. Okay, let's see. The next question is, do you believe that some Mandela effects have a hidden or coded message? If yes, can you explain this further or give an example?
Yeah, I do. And I think it's more so with the flip-floppy ones. So the ones that change, and you said something to me I had taken years ago. I saw the Bible change directly right in front of me within
That's going to be a
seconds.
coming up question. Yep.
Okay. But like when you asked me to go check my photos, it had changed on my damn photo like years later. And I'm like, what? Like, and I think that's a message. I think it's a message of things to come. I think some of them are like, hey, just to let you know that this is going to come, or just to let you know this might happen. And I think some of them are more tricks, like the removing the dash from the Kit Kat, like to see how well are you paying attention. Like, how well are you paying attention, or are you getting distracted by other things? Sometimes I do think some of the logo things are a distraction in a little bit ways because I think there's a bigger picture that we have to look at and like puzzle pieces that aren't fully coming together yet. But I think they will eventually come together. I don't know necessarily in our lifetime, but I think they might come together in our lifetime. So I do think they're pieces to a greater picture puzzle, but I do think some of them are giving us clues.
Wait a second, I'm looking at the chat. I'm trying to figure out what changed last. The push button says it changed last. I think it changed last night. I was trying to figure out what that was. All right. Um, do you believe the Mandela affected people share anything in common? Anything in common that allows us to see and remember our past realities that others can't seem to remember?
Actually, I do. I think that um, there are I talk about planetary alignments in astrology, and Neptune is a big one with the supernatural. Jupiter and Pluto can play a part in it too, as well as Mercury and stuff. But um, I think when I've done birth charts for people in the Mandela community, I've done a lot of them. There's a lot of commonalities, and one commonality is Neptune and Sagittarius, and Neptune in Scorpio. Like, and they're strong placements for seeing the supernatural. So, and seeking truth. Like, Neptune in Sagittarius is huge for truth seeking and seeking within faith and philosophy and just everything to do with the supernatural. And that's usually when the veil is lifted, when Neptune is in Sagittarius, and that's where you get to see the supernatural a lot more, and it comes in heavier, and it's more active and more prevalent. And a lot of us, which I find weird, like how do we all find each other and we're all have this placement? There's a few that don't, but the ones that don't are usually boomers, the boomer generation that has Neptune and Scorpio, which is a high supernatural placement as well. So, how do we all find each other? Like, it's just odd that we all found each other and have these two placements in our chart. One of these two placements in our chart. It's just kind of not, it's not average. It's not the norm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Uh, 1 second. Hello, Gerald Neal. Sorry, I'm looking at
And
the
can I
chat
say,
too.
the other thing I have noticed with the commonalities is truth seeking, is paranormal experiences as a child, and even as an adult.
You want to elaborate on that?
So, a lot of people that I've met in the Mandela effect community had some paranormal things happen to them as a child. Maybe like they saw a ghost, or they heard a spirit, or something moved, or they've seen things in that way, or for those that are seeking truth, like whether or not, you know, certain theories on Bible changes and flat earth versus round earth and stuff like that. Everybody, they're all seeking for truth. And that's what I've noticed. Like, we all want the truth. We're all looking for the truth, the reality of the matter. And we're all looking for, like, but a lot of people also have had some paranormal experiences in their childhood and as adults.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Come on. Hello, Jariah. Sorry, people trickling all throughout the show.
Hi,
Okay,
Jariah.
just want to make sure I don't miss anyone. All right, long question. Some believe every person is affected by the Mandela effect to some degree, but many deny it or choose not to acknowledge it. Do you believe that to be true, that everyone's affected to some degree? Or do you believe there are some that are native to this reality that only have the current memory for everything? And why do you believe that?
I wouldn't say if they were native to the reality. I think we all went. I think everyone that went together. I think it's kind of like we all were picked up and placed. I think it happened to everybody, but I think some people are protected spiritually because it would break their reality.
Oh, that's a good point.
And if it breaks, I was told this when I was younger, don't break their reality, don't break their spirit. Because if you break the reality and you break the spirit, it can send them on a mental whirlwind. It can hurt them. So I think some people are basically protected, like almost in a bubble, and they can't break it, and it's not going to break, and nothing you do is going to pop it because it would destroy their sense of reality and spirituality.
Okay. Let's see. Do you see the Mandela effect as a negative or a positive phenomenon, and why do you feel that way?
Going through it, I feel it negative because it does upset you. It makes you rethink. It makes you second guess yourself. But in the long run, I think it's going to be a positive change because I think it's bringing communities together. It's seeking for truth, paying attention to things that normally we wouldn't pay attention to. It's bringing more awareness to people. But I think that initial insert into it is tough. It's difficult. It's a
Hmm.
difficult time. But I think the overall outcome of it is going to be positive. I think we're going to stop a lot of things that maybe we wouldn't have been able to stop from happening in society and throughout the world and stuff like that, and in our own personal lives that we wouldn't be able to stop if we weren't so aware. Because it's almost like people that see Mandela effects and stuff like that, whether it be personal or whether it be, any type of Mandela effect at all, they have a higher sense of awareness. Like, I'm sure now you can pick shit up more than you could, excuse my language, more than you could before.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I mean,
And go
I
ahead, I'm
don't know.
sorry.
I just see what I see, and like I said, it comes in waves sometimes.
Yeah, but I think you may have a higher sense of awareness than your younger self did
Oh, my
before the
younger self saw
Mandela,
nothing.
yeah, before the Mandela, or even before the Mandela effect. I know I have a higher sense of awareness to people now than I did before.
Hmm. So, very true. Hold on a second. It's got empaths, says Go Kart Bob. It's for empaths, says Go Kart Bob. Um, but he's talking about the Carl Jung readings.
I'm not familiar with Carl Jung. Please, you have to forgive me. I don't usually watch a lot on YouTube and stuff like that. So if there is like other people that are supernaturally gifted I don't know them. I don't really know them. Um, but if you drop a link, I wouldn't mind checking it out.
Hmm. All right, let's move on. Questions keep getting longer. So, has the Mandela effect affected your personal life and or relationships in any way? Like I know yours the psychic abilities and stuff has, but has the Mandela effect. For example, angering friends and family, relationships ending, etc. And if yes, how did you address their reactions and cope with these changes?
Well, when I think like 2017, 2018, I like tried to. I didn't really bring it up. I just would drop a hint. And really, I think they had interest at the minute, but they lost interest very quick. So I didn't press it. I kind of keep my family and like the the people that are close to me, my husband and my other like my extended family and stuff. I kind of keep them in a bubble. So I don't talk to them about this stuff because I don't know if they're awake to it or not, and I don't want to wake up somebody who didn't need to be awoken. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So if they came to me and talked to me about it, I would gladly have that conversation. But and it all depends on who it is. I'm very protective over my family, highly protective over my family. So it's kind of like with my nieces and nephews, I know some of them have seen some personal Mandela effects, and I kind of talk them out of like to work around it, not to dive into it because I don't know what it's leading towards. Do you know what I mean? It's a protective nature that I have.
I understand. Um, let's see. Let me just check real quick, make sure no one hopped in while I was in the notes. Nope, we're good. Okay. We all know it's important as someone to talk to about the Mandela effect, and most of us have our friends online in the community to do that. But do you have anyone you can discuss the Mandela effect with offline, like in person? And do you think it's important to have someone in real life to talk with, or do you think it's good enough to have people to talk with at all who are online?
I think it depends on your degree of how you handle things. It's different for different people. Like for me, I don't talk to anyone but people online about it. I don't talk to anyone except for the people I find online. But I'm okay with that. That I'm cool with. I prefer it that way. So I prefer it that way because, again, I don't want to open somebody up that's not not ready or not supposed to be. So I just talk to other people that notice it and that see it, like your community and previous communities before. But I'm okay with that. But not everybody is going to be okay with that. Some people need somebody that's face to face to to talk to and relate to on subjects that they're interested in or, you know, some of the supernatural stuff that's happening to them. So I really would say it's a personal decision.
So you don't have anyone in real life you can just talk about this with on a
No.
daily basis.
Nope.
Just want to make that clear because you didn't actually.
I'm sorry. No, I don't talk to anybody except for people online
Mhm.
about the Mandela effect.
All right. Have you ever observed a Mandela effect happen in real time? And when I said we're going to get to that in a second,
Oh God.
if
Um,
yes, what did you observe?
the Bible changed right in front of me, like right friggin' in front of me in seconds. It changed in like seconds. All I did was turn the page.
Hmm. What was it before?
It was I forget exactly. Basically, it was that people from foreign lands would inherit the houses. And then it changed to people from foreign lands and aliens. And I was like, aliens will inherit the houses. And now it's something completely different. And it changed in my photo. It changed in my photo. If you didn't tell me to go back and look at the photo, I might not even have looked at it. like even thought about it. And I looked it up in the Bible and it changed, and I looked it up in the photo and it changed. And I'm like, what the hell? I was just on the phone. I used to talk to someone on the phone all the time, and we used to talk about the Bible, and we used to read the Bible verses together. And we were flipping through, and I was reading the Bible verse, and it originally said, people from foreign lands will inherit the houses. Okay, go a page, and the person said, well, what did that say? And blah, 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 blah. And I was like, it said, people from foreign lands and aliens. And I was like, aliens? Really? Aliens? Really? And
I
that's how
know, in the
I take
Bible.
it. I'm like, really? And it was actually aliens. But the weird thing, so talking to some Bible people that aren't in the Mandela effect community, and they said, check Strong's. And I looked at Strong's, and aliens can mean people from foreign lands. And then I went to look at Strong's again, and it said aliens are not in the Bible. And then I went to look at it again, and then it was like a flip flop thing back and forth. And I went to Bible Gateway, and it was in there, people from foreign lands and aliens. And then I brought it up about a year later, and it was gone. And I was like, why is it not in Bible Gateway? I didn't think to check my Bible or my pictures at the time because I was just like stunned. I was like sitting there. And the other thing is wink. I saw wink come in the Bible. And I didn't see it until somebody told me about it. Like, they were like, yeah, in Revelations it says don't trust people that wink. I can't find that.
Hmm.
I can't find it anywhere. But I saw it. I saw it in my own Bible that I bought in my own in my own apartment at the time. I saw it. It was there. Oh, now it's not there. If anybody can find wink in the Bible in Revelations, let me know because I've been looking for that. I've been looking for it and looking for it and looking for it because it was a big discussion of why you shouldn't trust people that wink. But here's the weird thing, and this goes along with what I see with the Mandela effect. It said, don't trust people that wink, and then people started fucking winking at me. And I'm like, what is going on? And now
Hmm.
it's not there.
I, I know the feeling. I just had that happen to me
And
the
I'm
other
like,
night.
yeah, that has been the biggest, like one of the biggest, what the hells with me. Because I've been like, I went out when I found out about the Bible changes from some people in J. Chris's group and also from EYA. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go to an old used bookstore and find the oldest Bible that they have. And I did that. And the Bible hadn't been looked through. Honestly, the binding's fallen apart. I have to hold it together with rubber bands. It had excerpts from 1940 something stuffed in there that I didn't remove. It's still there. Um, so it wasn't looked through, wasn't touched. How they got it is how they got it, and it's how I bought it. And honestly, they might not have sold it if they would have looked through it because the newspaper clippings left a stain on the paper that they were on. So just from age, it's an old Bible. To see that old Bible change in front of me, I was like, what is going on? It just like right in front of me. Like it was
It's it's shocking. It's
it's a
actually
lot.
shocking.
It's a lot.
Hmm.
It's a lot. And I could see people, and this is another reason why I'd like to talk about the supernatural and things like that, and even astrology, because I'm used to it. I see the supernatural since I was a kid. This is something that's normally in my life. But to someone that's not used to that, that can really mess their head up. Like that can throw them really for a whirlwind type, you know, not good thing. So it's like, it's kind of like, well, they have to know that they're not alone. They have to know, and that's my first thought. They have to know that they're not alone in this. that other people see it too.
Mhm. Okay. 1 second. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. I think I got everybody. Noise Guru is saying wink? Question mark? Yeah, it's the first I'm hearing that wink is in the Bible.
Yes, I don't know if Dirk was a part of your
No.
from, but he was a part of the 444. Dirk was big in discussing different things like how do we go from Sagittarius to Orion and Bible changes and stuff like that. And him and I had a long talk about wink in the Bible and what it meant. It was in Revelations, and the only conclusion we could come up with is that wink was because people were deceiving you, like deceiving, um, deception, basically. And since that's a lot about what Revelations is about, which I know it doesn't have the S on it anymore, but I still call it Revelations, um, because I know that I was like, well, maybe that's why it worked its way in there, but then it disappeared. But yeah, it
Mm-hmm.
said, do not trust those that wink. And EYA even covered it as winketh, um,
Winketh?
winketh.
That could be the different translations too for that.
Yeah, but
But
in
wink there being there at all. I've never heard of wink being in the Bible either. Welcome,
yeah, no.
Julie. All right.
So it was Wink, and then like a couple months later, I think EYA covered it as Winketh, and I was like, it wasn't Winketh in my Bible; it was just Wink. Don't trust those that wink. And if Derek didn't tell me about it, I probably wouldn't have looked it up in the bold Bible that I have. So it was like, and now it's gone. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Mm-hmm.
Can't find it anywhere. And I found a lot of the things like that I saw in 2020, 2021, even 2019 out of the Bible changes, they left. Like you can't find them anymore. Like I don't know if Mars used to be in there. I don't know if it's still in there. And I found that very odd too. Why is Mars in the Bible? But
Mm-hmm.
it was like different things that I found in the Bible anyway, and that's where I was looking at the time, and that's why I found it. Um, they're not there anymore.
That's weird.
So it's like they weren't there. Oh, the other one is Sadar. Sadar is a mythical
Seder.
creature. No,
Oh.
Satar.
Oh, Satar. Okay, because I'm thinking like a
Yeah.
Seder meal. Okay, so you're talking about
No.
something completely different.
Sadar is a mythical creature. And Sadar is in the Bible. I don't know if it's still in there, but it was in there. And it said the Sadar will dance on the table. And I was like, what blasphemy is that? What blasphemy? That's all I could think of. And I was like, why is there's a Sadar, which is a meal, but a Satar is a mythical creature, and then it's dancing on the table.
So strange. Let's see. Just making sure. All right, let's see. I'm gonna start. Oh no, that's gonna be a lot of work. All right. Have you experienced any changes in yourself, such as changes to your appearance, health, personality, etc., since the Mandela effect started for you? If so, what is different?
Physically, um, my health is better. Um,
That's a good thing.
mentally, I'm stronger. Emotionally, I'm stronger, and I'm more aware
So wait, backtracking. Why did you say the Mandela effect was a negative thing?
because of the initial going through it wasn't good. It wasn't the initial when you first start and you see, for example, Bible changes. It kind of can throw you for a loop. It can be hard, stressful, It can test your sense of memory, reality. You know, you kind of get up and your defenses come up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's automatic defense mechanism. Like in the beginning. And then, but I think it is a positive thing once you get used to it, once you get through it. Does that make sense?
It does.
So the initial, it's kind of like being jolted on a roller coaster. It
Hmm.
sucks at first, but you enjoy the ride. You know what I mean?
Yes,
You don't like it at first, but you enjoy the ride.
it's jarring.
Yes.
Okay. Have you experienced shift symptoms that many in the community claim to experience, including myself, such as ringing in the ears, sleep disturbances, feeling lethargic or sick, or headaches, migraines, since becoming affected?
Yes.
Have you and have you um, looked into the Schumann resonance, which a lot of people, when they experience these symptoms, will look at it and see if there's a correlation. Have you done that?
I have not done that. I didn't really hear about that till more recently. I looked at like magnetism off the sun and sunbursts and stuff like that, but I have not looked into the Schumann resonance. But I do have noticed changes and things happening at certain points in time, like the ringing in your ear, either be right or left. It's never the same. It's never at the same time. Never at the same time. It's either the right one's ringing or the left one's ringing.
Yes, always. I know what you're talking about. It's never both.
And I started to say, because when I really, before I was really deeply involved in the Mandela effect, I was kind of like, I thought it was spiritual. So I thought it was actually a spirit spying. So I used to say, stop spying on me. And it would go away. So every time my ear would ring, I'd be like, stop spying on me. And out of nowhere, it would go away. And it's just like, I know now more. Like the right ear is more physical, the left ear is more spiritual. If I have them mixed up, please let me know in the chat. But from what I remember, the right one's more physical changes, and the left one's more spiritual changes. Whether, again, can't prove it, but I noticed that myself. Um, also heard other people that aren't in the Mandela effect community talk about the ringing in the ears, and they're never at the same time. I also had random songs playing in my head that didn't match anything. Like I had a Christmas song in the middle of summer that I was just singing out of nowhere. And I was like, what is that? Or I'd have a tune that would just come up out of nowhere and I'd start humming it. I don't know if anybody else has experienced that.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
Tired out of nowhere. Like I can sleep a lot and still be tired.
Hmm.
Um, my legs, my legs hurt more sometimes than others that don't make sense to me. Um, and sleep pattern. Beginning sleep pattern was totally wrecked. It was just crazy. And I've gone through those ups and downs in sleep patterns. Now I'm on the 3 o'clock. I have to go to bed 3:30. I'm exhausted. When I used to stay up to 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning,
Hmm.
or I want to take naps. I'm not a nap person. I'm not a nap person. All of a sudden, I wanted to nap. I don't do naps. I never have. Even when I was a little kid, you can't
Hmm.
have me take a nap, or I get hype. Like if I go to bed at like 7 or 8, I'm up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I can't take naps, or else it totally messes up my sleep cycle. So those are the ones that I've hadn't recognized.
Hmm.
But the songs out of nowhere are crazy. They're just crazy because they don't match what's going on.
Hmm. Yeah, that's happened to me too. I know what you're talking about. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm not even looking at the comments right now because I don't want to get too distracted, but just making sure I have everybody.
Yeah, from what I see, I think you do.
Noise grew again from last night, though. What is this sleep? All right. Let's see. In your opinion, do you think the Mandela effect is slowing down, speeding up, or a constant that varies in intensity and frequency? And why do you believe that?
I believe it varies. Honestly, I think sometimes it's stronger, it kicks up, and sometimes it dies down. And I see that in different, like, just how I feel. Like I said, I get more when something's going on, the ringing in the ears, the songs. It comes at certain times and then it goes away. So I don't always have the ringing in the ears all the time, but it seems like there's a shift or something's going on. And then all
Mhm.
of a sudden things will get weird. People's personalities will get weird. Or something will just be really off and you can feel it. I don't know if that makes sense. You can just tell.
Mhm.
It's almost like I've adapted to it to where I can tell when something's going on.
No, I agree. I think a lot of us have, just from being exposed to this for so long. And I do agree that there's like an ebb and a flow. Like it's stronger at times, and then it eases up. But it's not. It's I don't think it's ever going away. It doesn't ever go away.
Yeah, and I don't, like I said, I don't think we're the only generation that's seen it. I just think we're the only ones that really talk about it. Like, I think our grandparents and our great grandparents, they saw this, but I don't, I don't think they talked about it because I don't think they wanted to be seen as crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
But I think they
100%.
definitely saw it. I think some of the theories that came out on how to stop it or how to minimize it was nicknames. That was a huge theory back years ago. And nicknaming things to keep it. If you want to keep it, you don't want it to go away, you nickname it. And that started back in my family many generations.
Mhm.
And they did it out of nowhere. It's like, who came up with this idea? It came out of nowhere. Like, it was just like somebody decided one time, hey, everybody has to have a nickname. And then from then on, like, names were added to names to where my aunts and uncles didn't, none of them used their birth name. It was crazy. And none of their names were even related to their nickname. It was absolutely, it's like, what the hell? Like,
You mean
well,
like
who
someone
came?
being
Like,
named like Bob, and then their nickname is Junior, but they're not a junior.
yeah, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like, all right, I have an aunt, and her name is,
Make
um,
up a name.
yeah, all right, I'll just make up a name. So, say her name is like Arlene, and they call her, I don't know, Doreen. It doesn't make any sense. The two names don't go together. It's not her middle name. It's just what they decided to nickname her at that point in time. Makes absolutely no sense. And none of them have the name that they were born with. None of them use it. None of them. And there was a lot of them. And none of them use it. And I'm like, how can you all have a nickname that is nowhere near to your actual birth certificate name? Like zero significance. Like, how do you do that? But that
Mhm.
started generations and generations previous. Like, we're calling great great great. Like, it was actually a great 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 great, whatever, how many greats back, grandmother of mine that added an additional name. So instead of having 3 names, she wanted 4 on the birth certificates. And then she wanted them nicknamed too. So, okay, there was a reason why she did that. There was a reason why she did that. Nobody just comes out and been like, hey, I got nothing better to do, and let's make up a nickname for somebody that doesn't make any sense. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't, there has to be something that they saw, something that pushed them. And I've talked to other people, more so Gen Xers than other generations, and they say they have that in their family too, where everybody's like a weird nickname that doesn't go with their name.
It is weird. I'll give that. It really is.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, it didn't just happen in my family, it happened in other people's family too. Somebody had to see something along the way and was trying to protect it. And maybe that's how they thought they could protect it, the people they loved. So, and I'm on board for that. I'll give a nickname to everybody. And coincidentally, I did when I was little and didn't know that I was doing it. Like, I gave nicknames to my family members that had nothing to do with their names. And I was like, okay, don't know what I was thinking with that one. But it's like I don't know. I highly have a big, huge feeling other generations saw this before us. And they just didn't talk about it. And they just tried to do whatever they could to keep it at bay so it didn't affect them as much and ignore it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was also told by someone older, um, an older boomer, that um, that they noticed it and it will go away because it's happened before.
Oh, it's happened before.
hmm They said, don't
That's
worry.
interesting.
They said it out of nowhere. I didn't talk about it. I don't talk about this stuff with them. So, so he didn't have a name to it. He just said, don't worry. It'll go away. It's happened before. It's almost over. And I was like, what the hell? And it wasn't until like I realized that they were saying stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and not dementia related or anything like that, but they were saying stuff and they could pinpoint it, and they would show me what we consider Mandela effects, but they that we already knew, but they didn't know what it was called.
Right. They didn't have a name for it.
They didn't have a name for it, but they pointed out. And there's only one, but that's all I needed. And I was like, okay, it happened before.
And and for me, I wouldn't say it happened before. I would say because the way when you say it happened before, for me that's like a cycle of happening. Whereas I just think it just has always happened. But for me, I think it's that the internet is what helped us become more aware. Because even when I started seeing stuff on my own beforehand, I didn't know what it was. I didn't have a name for it, but I knew something was wrong. But I just assumed, oh, it's a different version when it wasn't, you know?
Yeah. Or like the logo just changed, the company changed the logo, or another company bought. I went through all those.
Okay. Do you think the changes to weather, cloud patterns, this one's gonna be hard for you, natural disasters, etc., are related to the Mandela effect, or do you believe they are occurring for other reasons? Society is very anti-conspiracy theory, so
Yeah. That's a hard one for me. I think it's happening for. I don't think there's a correlation. Well, I do, but I don't. I think whatever's making the Mandela effect happen is also making the weather change.
That's why. So you do think it's the Mandela effect?
I don't think the Mandela effect is doing it. I'm saying whatever is causing the Mandela effect is also causing the change in the weather.
Okay. Now I know you haven't seen a lot of my weather presentations,
Hmm.
so I'm going to just run a couple by you and let you see if you want to change your answer at all, or
Okay.
maybe elaborate on your answer. So here's some examples. Snow can fall in different colors now: pink, orange, yellow. Not the typical yellow snow, actual yellow snow. Green, vibrant blue, like Clorox blue. Not Clorox, like a Windex blue. Um, let's see. We have about 14 different types of rainbows now. Um, there's new terminology, but it's not new. It's been around for at least a decade. Many don't remember derechos happening. Derecho, however you want to pronounce it. Um, Yet, not a super hot spot, but they're very common in Philly because they move from left to right, which is usually coming like towards the coast, so they can happen here a lot. And prior to the Mandela effect, I'd never heard of derecho, which was weird because one hit our area in 2012. So you'd think I would have heard of it,
I never heard
but
of it.
you've never heard of it.
Mm-mm.
Trying to think of some weather ones off the top of my head. It's actually kind of hard. There's rain bombs, hail bombs, um, inland hurricanes, uh, inland snow hurricanes, atmospheric rivers, omega blocks.
Mm-mm.
That's what I'm saying. So that's
Most
what,
most of them I haven't heard of, but yeah, snow only falls white and only gets changed to color if you put something in it. That's my reality. So if you pee in the snow, you'll have yellow snow
no.
and that kind of thing. I never
Yellow
heard
comes
of
from
it.
sand.
Or sand, right? But it's kind of like, I never heard it falling in different colors. That's weird.
No, no, no. That's what I'm saying. Sand particulates in the air
Oh,
make it make the ice crystals form around the sand, causing yellow snow.
no, never heard of that before. That wasn't a thing.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that wasn't a thing. Um, I did notice, like, in 2012, the major earthquake, or earthquake that we never had earthquakes before up there. And that's the only earthquake I ever remember up there. I slept through it because I didn't know what it was. Um, but like weather, like the patterns have changed. Like we don't have snow down here, and we just got snow last week. We got like 2 inches, and that's unheard of down here. Like unheard of. That's like a phenomenon type thing. And when I say phenomenon, like they had everything shut down. Everything was shut down. Banks were shut down. Everything. Stores were shut down. They don't go out in the snow down here. So, and really for where, in Philly, I know we differ on this. That was a norm back in the 80s and 90s. Like, we waited for that 3 inches of snow to fall to get out of school. And that was a big thing when I was younger. So, one of the reasons why we moved down here is because it doesn't really snow. We get like a light dusting, and that's it. It's gone by the morning. But to have 2 inches fall in the middle of December, that's really odd for down here.
Mhm.
Not the norm.
Just like Texas. Remember a few years ago how there was like that polar vortex that like a finger of cold that went straight down the Midwest into Texas, and they had like pipes bursting. There was ice in people's homes. It was
Yeah, I
crazy.
remember that. And even here where the hurricane Helene last year, that was crazy. That unheard of.
Yeah, even the pattern it took once it hit land. Hurricanes usually decrease drastically in strength and move along. It's the but we saw Hurricane Harvey and Helene like stall and just not move for a long time. Whereas Helene kind of moved in a circle, like stayed right in that one area, which is devastating.
Well, it was weird because Helene was so wide that my town and towns east of me got a piece of it all the way to the mountains. And we're talking about a 4-hour drive plus.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a pretty far distance. Typically, like geographically, I would put it, we're further away from the Poconos to Philadelphia. So, like, it's a bit longer distance, and we didn't get it as bad as the mountain areas and like Asheville and stuff. But we still got hit. My town was flooded and everything was shut down. Businesses were flooded. Electric was out. Not with my house, but in town they were. Um, and we had no warning at all. There was zero warning that it was coming. I didn't know, and I honestly wouldn't have known unless I stayed awake late at night. But I also had something else weird happen. There was a
Mm-hmm.
crater in the ground,
A
right?
crater.
Yeah, um, like, I don't know what happened, but there's like this, and the land my house is on was all trees before we put the house on it. It was basically forestry type stuff. So out of nowhere, I heard a big bang and there was a hole in my front yard. I don't know what happened, like what made it happen, but it was
Mm-hmm.
like the earth just dropped down in a circle. Nothing was there, nothing fell on it. It wasn't a meteor or anything like that. It was just a big bang, and boom, there was a hole in the front yard.
That's
Not a
so
big
weird.
hole, not a huge hole, not like talking about a huge, like, flying saucer type hole. It was probably about 3 or 4 feet long, like circular wise, diameter wise. But it was big enough that we had to get it filled in, but not that it took up the whole front yard. But we had to get it filled in. We had to have somebody come out and fill it in. But it just looked like the earth just dropped down, like that in that spot. It looks like there was a spot and it just dropped, and it was like, okay, see you later. Fill me in.
Like a small sinkhole.
Yeah, like a small sinkhole. But it's not, there was nothing, there's no reason for it to sink
That's strange.
because it
That's
was all
really strange.
forestry. It was all forestry, so trees would have been there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? There was nothing for it. The earth is hard. It's hard ground. So it's not like, hey, and it's not from pulling the trees out or rooted because it's even underneath it's hard from where, because we have shallow rooting trees. Anybody who lives in the Virginias, North Carolina, South Carolina, or even Tennessee can tell you a Virginia pine is very shallow rooted. And that's the type of trees we have here. They're really tall. They're about 40 to 50 feet tall. And that may be a little bit of an exaggeration, maybe not. But they're the tallest tree I've ever seen, to be honest with you. And they're very shallow rooted. They're one of the hardest things to have in your backyard because they fall over sometimes. Um, because it's not like an oak tree or a maple tree that have deep roots. So there's no reason for this hole to be there when they're all Virginia pine. They're basically Virginia pines. They didn't pull out of deep roots. They pulled very shallow roots. Um, like for example, we've knocked over a tree already. So it's not like they're hard to knock over. But there's no reason for this sinkhole type thing in my front yard.
Now, there is a message on the screen from Jariah. Was it perfectly round?
Yeah, it was perfectly round.
All right, and really quick, we are going to take because I don't know if you need a cigarette, but
Yeah,
I
I
need to
do.
do a thank you, so this would be a time for you to do it while I'm doing a thank you.
All right, I'm gonna mute and use the restroom and
Okay.
have a cigarette.
All right, and the rest of us, I am going to say, as soon as I can get it up on my screen, trophies up. There we go. My goodness. My thing's moving really slow tonight. All right. Trophies up, please, everyone. Actually, I have a new trophy. It's a snowflake. You could just ignore the music. We'll say it's Christmas music. Trophies up, please, for Kasoon Lee. Thank you so much, Kasoon. I gotta find everything's new to me over here because I'm in a different theme. Thank you, Kasoon. Thank you, Kasoon. Kasoon has a new UFO channel if anyone is interested. I am going to pin it to the top of the chat right now. I can't leave it there for long because I will be. Oh, ignore the volume on my phone for a second. There we go. I'm going to have to pin the link to join for the Q&A. But until the Q&A, it will be pinned to the top. So if you guys want to subscribe, it will be there. Pinned it. There you go. I'm going to go subscribe right now soon. It's called the Unknown Archive. Got it. Sorry, we have more trophies coming in. There we go. It is pinned to the top now. He says thank you. No, thank you, Kasoon. It's good to see you. Oh, wait, let me switch over your trophy to thank you. I'm going to give the new Santa thank you. There we go. Wow. Pushing and Daniel with the trophies. Jariah subbed, Kasoon. Oh, you're very welcome. Daniel subbed. It's not new. Lots of interviews and stuff. Not new, just new to telling us. Oh, you're very welcome. And guys, please take a moment. Let me get all this down. While we're waiting for Sai, please take a moment to make sure you hit like on the stream. Subscribe if you haven't already. Ring the bell. Let me get that banner up before I forget. Sorry, Kasoon's already in there. There we go. Also, if you'd like to donate like Kasoon, links are in the description. Donuts are very much needed, very much appreciated, but never ever required. Coffee and donuts for everyone. Uh, Sorry, you back yet? Maybe soon. Here's another donut. We'll just go through the gamut of donuts while we wait for Sai. Okay, let's see. All right, enjoy your break, Chris Black. Kitty Caddywhack with more statues for Kassoon. Statues, trophies, and Mustard Seed of Faith. Kassoon is thanking all of you. All right, guys. Sai should be back soon. Let's see. The next one's going to be a rough one for her. We're almost done with the questions. So I want y'all to think about questions you're going to ask Sai. And again, I will be dropping the link to Streamyard for you to come up and ask her your question. I
I'm
hope more people come up
back.
and ask. Hello.
Hello,
Okay.
I'm back.
All right. Well, we are back with the questions for you. All right. Here we go, Sai. You ready?
Ready.
How do you respond to skeptics and deniers who dismiss the Mandela effect as misremembering or false memories? And why do you believe they cannot or refuse to see or acknowledge what we can clearly see?
Okay, this is a trigger for me.
I
The
know.
misremembering thing is a trigger because I have a great memory. I have a great short-term and long-term memory. So it's kind of like when people say I'm misremembering, it's a trigger, and I get angry. I actually get a little defensive and angry, and the reason why is
Oh,
because,
wait, your Philly comes out?
yes, my Philly comes out. Whole 9 yards, my Philly comes out.
Hey, Splatter.
Hey, Splatter. Yeah, my Philly definitely comes out when the misremembering thing, because I remember things that, like, especially experiences that I had when I was really little. So don't tell me I'm misremembering. I know I have what you call the anchor memory. I can describe where I was and what was happening around me at that moment that that thing happened. So a big thing for me, and I know it's different for you, but Mandela for me died in the 80s and early 90s, roughly around there. I remember them taking us down to the auditorium to watch the funeral. I remember the white flowers. I remember how people were crying and they thought freedom was dead in that part of the world, and how everything was just like a mess. I remember the casket being pulled down. Like, it was a big, huge deal. It wasn't a little deal, it was huge. And I remember, like, we had to do reports on Mandela, and like, not who killed him or why he died, but like what would happen now. Like, what do we think would happen now? So there's a lot of memory in that. So I understand that he didn't die for everybody at the same time, but for me, he did. He died when I was still in junior high school, elementary school-ish age. So I was older elementary school, younger in um, junior high. And that was around the late 80s. So when people start with the, that was one thing that was brought up on a stream I was on, actually, and I was actually got very angry. The Philly came out, and I was like, the reason why you don't see it is because you're not supernaturally affected. You can't see the supernatural at all. You don't know it's around you. You do not acknowledge it. You You don't know anything about it, and that's why you can't see it. And I said it in an angry voice, but I didn't mean to say it that way. What I was trying to convey is for people who are protected, like I said earlier, and they don't see things of the supernatural, they don't see the Mandela effect either because it is supernaturally geared. That's what's driving it. That's what created it. That's what it is. That's what's making it happen. Whether it's God, whether some people think it's the devil, whether you think it's, you know, even cycles, whatever is driving this to happen is of the supernatural nature. It's not something we're doing. It's not something that somebody is controlling on this earth that is alive in human flesh. So it's supernatural. And if the people who aren't anywhere near the supernatural don't acknowledge it, don't think it even exists, don't have a higher power or anything like that, they don't see it. And for them, it doesn't exist. But don't tell me it doesn't exist because I see it, right?
Hmm. So
And I
what
think
do you say to them when they come at you saying that you're just remembering wrong?
I don't want to say it because it's mean, but like it's just a lot of Philly. It's a lot of Philly. It's a lot of some curse words and a lot of Philly.
Oh, so you don't
So
try to convince them. You just tell them off.
yeah, I tell them off. Yeah, I told you it's a trigger for me. It's a big
Hmm.
trigger. Like not too many things that can trigger me. That's one of them. And again, that's because they don't know me. I'm like, you don't know me. You don't know what I see. You don't know anything about me, really. And, you know, you can't tell me I'm misremembering something because I can turn around and tell you you're not wearing the shoes that you're wearing. And that's how I look at it. You can't tell me what I know unless you want me to tell you what you don't know. Because what I know is what I know. And I think it's that type of reaction that I have with it.
Hmm.
Like, almost like they're belittling me. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Or writing me off like, oh, you don't know, you're just misremembering, or you know, or you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, no, I know what I'm talking about. This is my memory, not yours. Like, you know what I mean, kind of deal.
Yeah,
And I get defensive.
I do too, but I channel that defensiveness and try to convert them,
Yes,
or
you're
at
more
least try to
patient than
trap
I
them.
am. You're more patient than I am because I just get to where like I've seen you under pressure with people questioning and misremembering stuff. I don't have that. I don't have that leeway when with that because you're telling me personally I don't know what I'm talking about or I didn't experience this. Don't tell me what I did and did not experience. You weren't right beside me watching it along with me or else you would know it happens too. And I think that's where I get defensive. Like they're belittling me. Like it's no big deal. Or, oh, was it dementia, Alzheimer's, that kind of thing? No, it's not that. I don't have either one. It's that I see things that you don't see and you can't accept it. And because they can't accept it, they want to belittle me. Whereas
Hmm.
I'm not belittling them for not seeing it. So yeah, that raises my Philly up.
I get it. I
I
get it.
really am
100%.
nice. I really am nice.
As long as you don't cross her.
Yeah. Basically. No, I'm kidding. With that, don't tell me what I know.
All right, let me get back to these questions. All right, have you noticed people being more hostile, rude, or angrier than they were prior to the Mandela effect, like in general out in the world? If yes, why do you think this is happening?
Say that again, because I kind of got confused.
Sure. So, Have you noticed people in general being more hostile, angrier, rude to just strangers in general than they were prior to the Mandela effect? If
Uh,
yes, why do you think it's happening?
Absolutely. Like, that is, you look at society, that's happening. It
Yeah,
happens all over. Like, it's crazy. It's people. I Why I think it's happening is attachments. I think a lot of people have a lot of attachments, and I can honestly say I see the Mandela effect as seeking for truth, and that's why it's making us seek for truth and things. And I think that it's showing us who has attachments and who doesn't. I know Josh said yesterday he has the resting bitch face. I have the opposite. I have the resting happy face. So when I'm smiling at somebody and they're mean mugging me back, I'm just like, I'm just like, what's wrong with you? Like, I didn't do anything to you. I just smiled at you. So if you want to be miserable, if you got an attachment, or you just want to be a miserable person, then go ahead and be miserable. But I'm just going to sit here and smile at you and be like, whatever. So that's been kind of my approach throughout life since I was a kid. So it's kind of like to watch. What I don't understand is why are they bringing back things? And this goes to the 120-year cycle. They're bringing back things we've already overcome. Like, we settled that. That's a done deal. Why are we bringing that back? Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah. No, I
So
get it.
there's certain things in society that we have.
That she's tiptoeing around.
Yeah, I am, because I don't know. I don't want to. It's your channel, you know what I'm saying? My channel, I
Hmm.
probably say it. But there's things in society that we have already overcome. That we've been there, done that, and we overcame it. Our generation, Gen X, is the one that did it. We can take credit for something, and that is we made society better and people get along better, and we brought a peace and a camaraderie of humans together, not of one sex, one race, one religion. Not we we basically loved everybody. And to bring that division back, that doesn't make sense to me.
Hmm.
I have a hard time understanding why that would happen. So I kind of look at it like we're repeating, and that's why I go with the 120-year cycle, because we're repeating, because that's what we're doing. We're repeating stuff that we've already done.
Hmm. I'm going to answer a question really quick because
Mm-hmm.
it's going to trigger you. And Pushin, please remember your question because I'm going to lose it. I'm not going to be able to see it in about a minute or two. It's going to disappear off my screen, guys. Hold your questions till the end. That's why, because I only get to see 2 to 3 minutes of the chat. There's no way it's still going to be there when it's time for questions. So you guys are going to have to remember your question and ask it again. But I am going to answer Kasoon's really quick. Generally, how much do you think it's actually Mandela effect versus misremembering? I don't think there. Here's the thing. I will say I'm probably misremembering this, or this is probably not a Mandela effect. But anything else, Mandela effect. Because I don't have a right to tell somebody their memories are wrong. Like, I would be offended if someone told me my memories were wrong when I know they're right. I know what I remember. So it wouldn't be right for me to tell other people that their memories are wrong. So, but just to be scientific about it, I'd say 95% Mandela, 5% misremembering. I'll give 5% because we're not perfect. Our short term memory is definitely not perfect. Our long term memory, though, it's pretty good. It's nowhere near as fallible as science tries to imply it is. And the reason why I say implies because they are definitely talking about short term memory. Every example they give about our memories being fallible is short term memory, but the Mandela effect involves long term memory. It's not like you're seeing, it's very rare to find a Mandela effect where you only saw something once or twice, or it was a song that you heard one time. No, it's a song you've heard 1,000 times over and over again across 20, 30 years. That's long term memory. So I would even be as bold to say 1% misremembering, 99% it's Mandela. He says, whoa, Sandy, cool, cool. It's okay.
Calm down, calm down. Getting a little of that Philly riled up there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, no, I think honestly, if I can answer that question too, I think it depends on the person. But I can tell you with me, I don't misremember. Because if somebody says that this is what happened, I go through my brain database and ask myself, would I do that? Would I be in that situation? Is that something I could do or say? Or is that something that happened? And I know what I know. So I know what happened to me when I know this stuff. So this isn't something that I'm misremembering. This is something that I'm telling you, this is the experience I had. So I had that experience with Mandela dying. I had that experience with the Challenger. I had those experiences with Dare and with Scared Straight. Those are experiences that I had in my life. So if you're telling me I didn't experience that,
Yeah.
then that's the issue there. And that's where I get defensive. Because don't tell me I experienced what I experienced, or I could tell you you didn't experience what you experienced. And especially when it comes to something as sensitive as Bible changes and stuff like that, people put their faith in those words. They put their attention and their love and their detail into those words. Some people can recite those word for word, chapter and verse. I personally can't. I look for the message and the story of the Bible and the lesson, but some people do and read it word for word and take it literally. And in that sense, if they can tell you this is what it said, then that's what it said. They are devout to that. So if you go to them and you say, it never said that, then you're telling them their faith was incorrect. And that's a touchy subject right there. That's not something you really want to mess with because we all have different ways of comprehending a higher power, or if we choose to believe in one to begin with. And some things are sacred and don't get messed with and should not be messed with. And somebody's sense of faith and belief should never be an attack as, oh, you just misremembered. It's always been the lion and lamb. I don't recite word for word, but I can tell you story for story. If you ask me what Genesis is about, I can tell you. If you ask me what like different things are about, even Enoch, the Apocrypha, and everything, I can tell you their lessons. I can't tell you word for word, but there are people that can. So how are you going to tell them that it was never the lion and the lamb when we've all seen statues and lamps and knickknacks that have that? Like, how are you going to say that that is misremembering? I think it's crazy to do that.
I'm sorry, I was muted because of the motorcycle right outside my window that stopped
That's
right
okay.
outside my window. Really quickly, Gokar Bob says, what if you have proof someone is wrong? Should you tell them? It depends on what you mean by you have proof someone is wrong. So if you have proof because the current reality says so, that's not proof. That's just what the current reality says. Like, for example, the current reality says it's always been the Home Depot. But I remember Home Depot. And you can show me all the buildings that say the Home Depot. That's not proof. I remember Home Depot. And I could show you just as much proof that it was Home Depot. See what I'm saying? So it
Yeah.
all depends on what you mean by proof.
And
If
honestly,
you're
I
just,
don't. If somebody knows something and they know it, you're not going to change your mind. There's no way. You're not going to change your mind. Nothing you say, no proof you show them is going to change their mind.
that's like saying to me, I'm telling you my birthday is August 16th, and someone says, you're wrong, your birthday's August 18th. There's no way you're going to convince me my birthday's August 18th. It's August 16th. That's how strong in my conviction that I am about a Mandela effect. Unless I say, and like I do it, and you can go look at my Flickr. I would say 75% of the presentations are, I can't say this is a Mandela effect for sure. Because I'll say that if I'm not 100% sure. And I'll say it's 100% new for me, but I can't say it's a Mandela. But then if it's something that I remember that's wrong, because there's lots of new things I find that are new to most of the community, so most likely it's a Mandela. But I can't say it's a Mandela for sure because I'm not going by my memory of that specific thing. Let me get an example. So I know photography well. I've taken multiple photography courses in college. Okay, photography was a major hobby of mine before I got sick. I knew cameras. I had a Leica. I had a Pentax. I had a Canon. I had a Nikon. I know cameras well. I know film well. Like wow, I'm blanking on the name that begins with an I. Ilford. Ilford was my favorite developing paper to use. Like I know photography. Okay, so when there's this new type of camera that's round and it's been around since the 1800s, and I learned about the history of photography, I'm going to say that's probably a Mandela, but I can't say for sure. So I'll say, I can't say this is a Mandela for sure, but it's new to me. But when it's something that I've experienced, like City Line Avenue, I know it was City Line Avenue. There's no way you could say, I'll give you $1 million if you say it was always City Ave. I wouldn't take it because I can't do that. It's against my convictions. It was City Line Avenue, 1,000,000,000%. And you can show me all the street signs in Philly that say City Ave, and that's never going to convince me because that's current reality. Does that make sense? And see, that's a big one for me too. Till was never two L's for me. It was TIL. Why the heck would you shorten a word until and add an L? That makes no sense.
Basically.
It's TIL. Until doesn't have two L's. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Unless, of course, you are the which serial killer was it? Uh, the horoscope
Sandy
one.
going dark right now. Which one
Well,
was that?
no, the horoscope one. The
Zodiac.
Zodiac killer. The Zodiac killer, in his notes, in his letters to the police, spelled until the full word with two L's. That's weird. Maybe he's from a reality that led to the shortening of until as TILL.
Well, here's what I was trying to say, and so I'll use this as an example. Sandy showed me the Mr. Rogers. I grew up with Mr. Rogers. I watched Mr. Rogers. That was my 5:30 on PBS, Channel 12 in the Philadelphia area. I know Mr. Rogers. I watched it every weekday. I actually ran away from home because my grandmother wouldn't let me watch it. She was watching me that night, and I wanted to go to my other grandmom's house so I could watch Mr. Rogers. That was an hour and a half away, and I was going to walk. I know Mr. Rogers. So, if I was a non-believer in the Mandela effect, and Sandy came and said, Hey, Mr. Rogers wore pink and magenta and blue and purple and yellow.
And a black sweater with yellow sleeves and zigzags.
Yeah, he was pulling off the B look and shit like that. I would just be like, yeah, that's AI. That's AI. That's just AI. I could, so it wouldn't matter if you show them the new stuff. If they don't want to believe it, then they just won't. They'll make up some excuse for it. They'll find a way to logically and rationally explain it so they can comprehend it. Like, yeah, that's AI. That's AI. AI, or that's them trying to alphabet people us, or however you want to put it. They'll find an excuse no matter what. So when you're looking for someone to talk to, and this goes for the supernatural too, if you want to see test somebody out, the order is supernatural, you can say, "Hey, have you ever noticed anything like weird going on or something different going on?" And see how they respond. Look for their first response. If their first response is something like, "No," then you know that's not the person to talk to about the Mandela effect. You're not going to change their mind. You're not going to wake them up. They are protected. You're not going to have any impact except maybe pushing them out of your life, which you may not want to do. The other thing is look for a response that maybe, yeah, I noticed something was kind of off, and give a little bit of it and be like, hey, have you ever heard of this happening or that happening? And they may say no, and they may be intrigued and want to know more. Or they may be like, nah, but I'm not really interested. Or their tone of voice might change that they're not interested, or they'll change the subject. That is a great cue. When they change the subject, they don't want to talk about it anymore. So keep that in mind. If you're trying out new people with the supernatural or the Mandela effect, when they automatically change the subject, they don't want to know. And there might be a reason for that. Maybe they can't handle it. Maybe it'll shadow their reality. Or maybe they're just plainly not interested in it because they don't care enough about it. Some people are like that. Life goes on, no matter the Mandela effect is happening or supernaturals. Life still lives.
Welcome, Sticky Daddle. And Go Kart Bob says, for example, Mirror Mirror versus Magic Mirror. Um, yeah, no, it was never Magic Mirror for me. And like I said, most examples are current reality of Magic Mirror. But there's plenty of mirror mirrors out there, including from Disney themselves. Even Disney doesn't have the right quote. And they all forget the two Mandela effects after Mirror Mirror. So it went from Mirror Mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all, to Magic Mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all. Actually, it's changed 4 times. Then Magic Mirror on the wall, who's the fairest one of all. Then Magic Mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all. Like, we've seen it incrementally be Mandela. And there's residue for all of it. So what kind of proof would one have that it was Magic Mirror other than, look, it's Magic Mirror in the movie? There's there's no way to prove that either way, except that there is residue of what we remember, which has never been. And that's why residue is more proof than someone trying to disprove the Mandela effect. Because all they have to do is find the current thing and show it. We have to find something that has never existed in this reality, which sounds like an impossible task, but it's not, because the residue is out there because of people's memories. And to me, that holds more weight than just pulling out the movie of the current reality.
Can I say one Mandela effect you haven't touched on yet that you're going to probably touch on after Christmas?
1 second. Kasoon says, Sandy, do you mean until? Confused over here. Yes, till, T-I-L-L, in the sense of I won't be there till 7, is the shortened version of I won't be there until 7. And it was TIL, and now it's TILL. So in this reality, it's always been TILL. But in my past, it was just, you take the UN off, and it was till, TIL. Like until is spelled. You're just shortening it. There's other words. Help me, guys. Pick one word that's like that, where you just shorten it.
I can't think. I'm number oriented, not word
Here.
oriented.
Here you go. The Australians. Good day, mate. They say good day. They take out the G. They take out the OO. Good day instead of good day. See? They're not adding an extra D. GDDAY. That makes no sense. Why would you do that? You're just removing the 2 O's. Until you were just removing the UN. Why would you go and add an L on it? That makes no sense. Yep, until. Like that. Apostrophe TIL. But in this reality, it's TILL. Go figure. U to ya. Well, that's changing it completely. Let's see.
Y'all.
Y'all. You all. Y'all. Exactly. Hey, y'all. It was you all. Hey, you all. And
Didn't I
eventually
just
it
tell you
became
I
y'all.
started saying that too?
Yep, there you go.
Y'all.
Sync. Hey, Morgan. So you don't add an extra Y. That's all you could do.
Yeah, y'all.
Yeah, y'all. Hey, yeah,
Yeah,
y'all.
y'all.
Yeah, y'all. Or make it 3 L's. That doesn't make any sense.
Y'all.
I'm just saying. But that's the way it is. Until in this reality is TILL. Explain why. Add an extra L. It makes no sense. Anyway, we still have questions to get to.
Oh my goodness. Can I say this one example? Please.
Okay.
Okay. So, for me, there's a movie, and I'm not saying the movie because I'm thinking Sandy's going to do it after Christmas. So, no pressure. So for me, there's a movie that has a part 2, a sequel. And
we already talked about it, but
I don't know if everybody heard it or not. But for Sandy, the movie
and
didn't
Josh.
exist. And Josh, the movie didn't exist at all. And for me, the movie's Mandela because it was way different. But that's what I'm saying. Like there can be crazy levels of Mandela effects with different people.
There is. There's all different types of Mandela effects too. There's replacement Mandela effects where it's completely replaced. There's merged reality Mandela effects where it's both ways now. There's reverse Mandela effects where it's a way in a reversed order that no one remembers, like Airplane Jefferson instead of Jefferson Airplane, which is just insane. No, I'm kidding. It's not Airplane Jefferson. It was the Jefferson Airplane, which is so strange. But no, there is a reverse one in there, and I can't remember what it is. It was in the same presentation with the Jefferson Airplane. There's also the time Mandelas, where it's a company change, but people remember it being the way they remember it much longer than when the company changed it much earlier than they remember. There's also the variation Mandela effects, where the original version is still there, the current reality version is still there, but there's also multiple other versions no one remembers. There's so many different types of Mandela effects, it's crazy. Now that has always been 2 L's for me. That's tilling the soil, that's different. That's a different till. You're tilling the soil. But until is shortened to till, and it should be TIL, but it's TILL in this reality. No, not Starship. It was the Jefferson Airplane. All right. Yeah, until makes no sense. You can't until a field. That's not what we're talking about. Like again, until is I will not be there until 7 or 8. You understand?
We're not going
That's a
anywhere
till.
until you clean the room.
Until you clean the room. We're not going anywhere till you clean the room. Yet somehow that ended up apostrophe TILL. Go figure. All right, back to the questions. In your opinion, does there seem to be more evil in our world since becoming a actually wait. Think about I'll give you the question. Think about it. There's a lot of people here. I want to make sure those likes are here. So in your opinion, does there seem to be more evil in our world since becoming affected? If yes, can you give an example? So think about that. Well, I remind everyone, there's almost 50 people here. Guys, please make sure you've hit like on the stream. Subscribe if you haven't already. Ring the bell so you're notified when we go live on weekdays, because any weekday show you watch is not a standard show. It's we decided to go live. And without that bell, you won't know. I mean, you might know, but it's a crapshoot with YouTube. You never know if they're going to let you know or not. You know? Also, donuts are very much needed, very much appreciated, never ever required. This is Cy's favorite Christmas donut. That's Splatter's. And that's Josh's. Okay, Cy, do you have enough time to think?
Mm-hmm.
Go for it.
Of course there's more evil in the world now that I've seen the Mandela effect. Look at society. People are mean. Like, there's not, you don't see, like, help the neighbor as much, or, you know, a village to raise a child. Everything is like,
Wait. The village to raise a child is part of that evil. It takes a village is the government raising your children instead of the parent. Just to let you
right,
know that's where that came from. So that's part of the evil, in my opinion. Parents should have complete say. Parents should be the ultimate authority over their children, in my opinion, not the government, in my opinion. But the helping thy neighbor, yes, I do it whenever I can. I help my neighbors whenever I can. And they help me whenever they can. So in South Philly, that neighborly love is still alive and well, thank God. But I do see it. I do see what you're saying. But keep going. You were going on. I just wanted to clear up that takes a village thing. That comes from that evil. And
right.
they
I
try to
look at
package
it
it as
differently.
nice.
I don't look at it as government. I look at it as a neighborhood, as a family, basically.
Okay.
Like, my neighbors growing up could yell at me. They could tell me no. If I was getting into trouble, they were watching. They would tell my parents. Now you can't tell anyone that their kid is acting a fool
Yeah, because then, God
without
forbid.
some confrontation. That's what I'm talking about when I say a village to raise a children. So when I say village, I mean the neighborhood. So in my neighborhood, like I said, anyone could yell at us. Anyone. We're going to tell your parents was like one of the worst things to hear. Like, no, you don't want that. And nowadays, you can't do that at all. You can't. You
I hear in
can't.
a lot of places, most people don't even know their neighbors.
Yeah, my neighbors don't. I have two neighbors that know me, as far as saying hi, helping each other out, that kind of thing. But I have neighbors that they just know that there's a house here. They don't know who lives here. They know absolutely nothing about me. I know nothing about them. And they don't talk at all. Like, there's no going outside and waving hi to people, or knowing what that person is, knowing that, and they're not well receptive. I've tried with my neighbor multiple times to be nice, go over. I gave effort. She wants nothing to do with it. Zero. And she basically told me she doesn't like people. So I was like, and she wasn't shy about saying it either. So I was like, okay. but I figure we live right next, well, not right next door. There's land between us, but I figure she is my next door neighbor, so I might as well go over, try to make, good effort, bring her fruits and vegetables and stuff, and some canned stuff that I made. And she took it willingly and would have like a cigarette and talk with me. But as far as like actual interaction on a regular basis, there is none. There's zero with any of my neighbors, which is concerning because if someone needed someone, like you said in South Philly, you go help your neighbor and neighbors help each other. There's nothing like that. And I joke around and I say, so much for Southern hospitality. So much for that, because I haven't seen that. So it's kind of like no one wants to talk to each other. I actually had a girl that bought a couch from me. She refused to give me her phone number because she was afraid to talk on the phone, so she had her parents call me. And I'm like, she's in college. She wasn't a teenager. She was in college, and she was afraid to talk on the phone. Just to say, okay, this is the address, blah, 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 because I didn't want my address out there like that. I was living in an apartment, and I was like, no, if I have you come to my apartment, I need some type of way other than the internet that you can delete to get a hold of you. Like, I'm not playing that. But she refused to call me. And she was a nice girl. There was nothing, she wasn't attitude-ish or anything like that. She was genuinely afraid to talk to me on the phone because I was a stranger.
I think that partly has to do with society, how she was raised on texting and helicopter parenting, where, kids aren't outside anymore, things like that. They're all in play dates and arranged meetings with friends and stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
her
I agree.
generation.
I agree it could be a generational thing. But like you said, the neighbor thing and everything, I think it just all goes together. And like everybody mean mugs everybody here. Like, what the hell? Like, and I'm like, there's no like, hey, how you doing? Nice day, right? Have a good day. None of that. There's like zero of that I see in society in general. I'm sure in parts of places there still is, but like the majority, they're all mean mugging each other or yelling at each other or being rude to each other, not having personal boundaries and things like that. And I actually told you the story where I got my Philly up. So it was some chick in the store, and it was like, why do you have to try to approach me to start an argument with me? I'm not doing anything to you. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm minding my business. So you mind yours. You
Yeah.
mind yours and stay away from me. You don't have to be like super friendly where you come up and shake my hand, hug me and stuff. I'm not a physical touch by people I don't know person. But you can be like, hi, have a good day. Or just not mean mug. You can straight face it, but not mean mug completely. You know what I mean? Something that, and trust me, I'm not going to approach you just because you smiled at me. Doesn't mean I'm going to come over and have a conversation with you. It just means that you're a happy person and you're not miserable in life. That's what it means to me.
Hmm.
So, being, there's a difference between not wanting to be approached because not everybody's going to approach somebody that smiles. And it's just, I just think, and what we do to each other, like what society's doing to itself, it's just, I don't understand it. I really don't. And I see that as evil in general with society, division and different things. And what happened to, you can't get all, sometimes you can't agree not to agree. Like, what happened to the agree not to agree? Like, you don't have to agree on everything. Not
Yeah.
everybody's going to see every single point the way you see it. That's how we are different. That's a part of being an individual. Like, You don't have to agree with you might agree on some things. So, okay, that's great. And you're allowed to say, I don't agree with this. And that can be okay too. You can have a difference of opinion and express that opinion, and it be fine. It doesn't have to be an argument. It doesn't have to be a fight just to fight somebody, or a disagreement just to disagree, or the debating. That drives me nuts. Absolutely, I hate it. That's a trigger for me too. You don't have to debate everything somebody is saying. You can just say, I agree, I disagree. That's it.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree. Okay, let's see. Final question. Is there anything you'd like to share and or discuss with us that we didn't already ask? Are there any Mandela effects or theories you'd like to share or discuss?
Mm, not really.
Yeah, I need the cop out. It's okay. It's
It's not a
okay.
cop out.
It's not a
We've
cop out.
discussed a
I know.
lot. We discussed a lot. Like, we talked for a long time, discussed a lot. Not a cop out. Definitely not a cop out. I
All
do,
right.
you know, jokingly though, does it seem like the Mandela effect has dementia itself? I said that jokingly to Buttons one day, and I'm like, the Mandela effect has dementia, because that's what it seems like to me.
Yep.
So,
That's a good comparison. Nritzer Alpha says, the Bible says the hearts of most will grow cold. Guys, I'm going to let you know I need to switch out the pinned comment. If you'd like to subscribe to Kassoon's UFO channel, please do so now. Open it in a new tab, something, because I'm going to have to switch it out. All right, we have now reached the Q&A section. Now I need your questions. And if you'd like to come up here one at a time, first come, first serve. I am dropping the StreamYard link and I will be pinning it. If you'd like to come up here and ask Sai your question in person. All right, going once with Kassoon's link. Going twice. All right. Replace pin message. The StreamYard link is now pinned at the top. So guys, questions for Sai?
do 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 do.
Gonna throw catastrophe up on the screen. Catastrophe. What is this again? Oh, it's fireworks. All right, we'll just do donuts and
Donut.
like the stream, subscribe. Yeah, donuts. Let's see. We'll do the cat. We'll say that that's Gurgles and Kieran.
Buttons, I know you are not asking a question in chat. Get your butt up here.
I don't got a question, but I got some extra punctuation you can use, Zormine. Thanks. Thanks, Zormine. I'm too afraid to disagree in person, only online. Because soon you are not alone. There are so many keyboard warriors out there, as Daniel Riffle put it. So many. And I'm careful what I say online. I say to myself, if I can't say it in person, then I shouldn't say it with my keyboard too. I have to remember that in most cases, it could be a bot, but in most cases, there's another person on the other side of that screen. Oh, guys, make sure you put a Q like Pushin did so I can see it. Do you like the holiday theme name Silent Night?
Oh my god. Yes, Buttons. I do.
I like it. I like it. Daniel says, when would you say this all started before Fiona Bream started the coin term? 120 would be 1905 from this year. The cycle.
I took the cycle from 2016 back, Daniel. So if you take it back, you'll go to 1776. Eventually leads you up to 1454, 52, somewhere around there. Um, with taking leap year and stuff like that out of it. Um, take a look at the math. You'll find out, and look at history from back then to what we have dealt with along the way. Like, for example, certain things were ended in 1450 hundreds, I guess you could call it. 1450s, something was ended that we ended in the 1800s. And there's a correlation there. 1776 to what we're dealing with now, or from 2016 up, there's correlations all through that. If you know your history and not with the Mandela effect has changed history too, because that's a hard one. History is hard because if you don't know dates and stuff like that before the Mandela effect, then you might have a hard time because certain dates have changed. Like the Spanish flu changed, and that's changed to a completely different decade actually for me and for other people as well.
Okay. Go-Kart Bob says, what movie says magic mirror? The current reality says magic mirror. But I have the queen saying mirror, mirror. Somewhere. I gotta find the residue, but I have it somewhere.
I remember it as mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all.
Saying who's the fairest of them all. And it drives me nuts when you see those Mandela compilation videos. They all stop at mirror, mirror, magic mirror. None of them. Well, no, there was one. It's extremely rare for them to go on and talk about the second part of it. Let's see. Jariah says, Sai, have you ever had a physical reaction to a Mandela effect? Seeing something off sometimes makes the back of my brain somewhat tingle.
Okay. Well, Dry, I get this, but it's not necessarily correlated with the Mandela effect. It's with my supernatural gifts, I guess you could say. Yeah, I call them confirmations. So when I am right about something or I know it's right, I get like a tingle or a chill, kind of like goosebumps. I guess you can describe it. I know it's a physical reaction to when I'm right about something, especially dealing with Mandela or the supernatural.
Jariah corrects, like not tingle, but just your brain is processing it new, if that makes sense. North Star Alpha says, did JFK have a relationship with Monroe? And didn't it affect the Mandela effects? I mean, I always heard he did.
I always heard he had a relationship with Monroe, but Monroe wasn't the only one he had a relationship with. He had multiple women. And I think that's not discussed. Like, I think they focused on Monroe because she was famous and flashy and kind of a sex symbol, but um, he had multiple relationships with some high ranking women with that were married to men in power. But I think they left that out for a conspiracy reason.
Sure.
And whether it affects the Mandela effect or not, I think it does in a way. I know, like, there's differences of opinion on like who killed JFK, but I think Monroe was actually a distraction from what actually was going on. Same thing with the mob. I don't think the mob killed him either. I think it was all a distraction. Usually when they flash stuff, like flash stuff, they're trying to distract you from what's hidden behind. But again, not big into conspiracies.
Yeah. Daniel also asks, when do we shift from Sagittarius to Orion?
That I don't know. I have different dates for that. But one of my dates is 2012. The other one is 2010, and the other one is around 2008 or 9.
All right. Jennifer says, Sai, can you help people with their health problems?
Like physical healing?
Yeah.
No, I don't physically heal people, but I can usually tell if something's wrong with them. Like if I, for example, say, are you feeling okay? How is your physical health? Something's going on.
We're going to pause with the questions from the chat because we have LJ here with a question for Sai.
Oh, LJ!
Are you done
Hi.
answering Jennifer's question?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did.
No, I was
can't.
asking you.
So, yeah, Jennifer, I can't physically heal somebody. Like, I'm not a healer. I can give you some herbs that might work, vitamins that might work, but I'm not a doctor. So, but as far as, if I can tell something's wrong, yeah, I can tell. And lead you in the right direction, I can do that too. And when I get really worried about somebody, there's either something spiritually, physically, or emotionally wrong with them. And I can usually pinpoint to what it is. Like which of that is.
All right, LJ.
Yeah,
Hi.
can you hear the purring kitten in my lap?
I cannot.
Okay, that's all right. Well, I had a couple comments and a question. Till for me is a flip-flop because I remember it being TILL, and then what I noticed was I thought till looked weird with one L, but I just accepted it. But that was before I knew about the Mandela effect. So now if it's back to TILL, I think that's how it was for me in the first place. I think it's flip-flopped for me.
Yeah, for me, it's been TILL ever since I found out about that Mandela.
Yeah.
Really quickly, I do have to say, guys, there are double the amount of people here than there are likes on this stream, so I have to say it again. Guys, it's free to hit like on the stream. Please make sure you go hit like on the stream. Subscribe if you haven't already. Ring the bell so you're notified. Because I'm only seeing 20 something and there's 45 people here. And we had over 55 people here at one point. Also, donuts are very much needed, very much appreciated, never ever required. Here's a snowman donut for you. And before LJ, there was one question I missed, and I'm about to lose it. So I do want to ask Sai one more question from the chat first before you get into it. Astral asks, Sai, can you lose psychic abilities and other gifts from having traumatic accidents?
Can you lose them? Like they're gone?
That's what he says. Lose psychic abilities or other gifts from having traumatic accidents.
I never heard of that. I heard of gifts heightening through stress and trauma. Because basically it's your connection from your spirit to your brain, and that always stays. So would I say like a traumatic event would stop you from having a supernatural gift? No, it could heighten it. But if you can't handle it, then you could suppress it. And that could be a subconscious level. Let's say somebody's always like scared because they see shadow people. They might block it out. It's kind of like ignoring it does. Eventually you won't notice it around you.
All right, let's get back to LJ. Thank you for winning, LJ, and thank you for the question, Astro.
Yeah, the other comment was about neighbors. Can you make that avatar big? It's a mixed bag where I moved on this road. There's, I think, 6 houses on my side of the road, and then there's a cul-de-sac at the end, and there's a duplex on the other side down at the end. And I have never seen, I think, 3 of the neighbors. And then the lady next door to me, I have never seen the people on one side. I mean, I think it's a lady that lives there. The lady on the other side, I've seen her a couple times, but she didn't even turn as if she wanted to say hello. I had the feeling she didn't want to know me. It's like, I don't even want to know who moved in next door, you know, type thing. Yep. But then I've had the opposite thing too. I had that's a sofa that was sitting out on the curb, and it has 2 lazy boys in it. And I knew that my friend at my old apartment building would want it. So I knocked on their door, and they wouldn't accept money for moving it or anything. And they took it to her house, and she has it now. Because her other sofa was old and it was dipping way down, and she has a bad back, which that wasn't good. But I mean, so these neighbors were like more than helpful. I had met them before, so it wasn't like I was knocking on a complete stranger's door. We had chatted. They were very friendly. And so they were super friendly. And then the duplex, I only met the lady that lived at one side. She was nice to me. And she had a dog, so we mostly talked about her dog. But I could kind of got the vibe she didn't really, you know, she was being nice, but she didn't really want to know me, kind of thing. Like I saw her another time, and she was kind of hurried into her house. And then who's been the most friendly is the guy behind me that shares my backyard. And he's been super duper friendly, told me the whole history of the property I bought. And he's the one that came down with $100 to pay me for clearing the corner of his land. So, and he said, you know, he would give me a ride anytime and this and that, you know, so so we have neighbors that don't want to talk to anybody. And then we have neighbors that are I've had neighbors, you know, some of the neighbors have stopped and voluntarily said hi to me, that didn't know me. So it's like, there's very friendly neighbors, and then there's neighbors that don't want to talk to anybody.
Yeah, so does that seem odd to you? Like,
not in this day and age. I think I understand it. Yeah. It is a change. It's definitely changed. When I grew up on this, it was the same area, but this area was more rural in the 60s. And then we lived in a more rural part of the area too. So we lived on this, everything here is a hill. So our hill went down into a hollow, and it was literally a dirt road, literally dirt track road. And I mean, all the neighbors knew each other. I literally did this. It's a cliche, but I literally went up to the neighbor's house and borrowed a cup of sugar several times. And, you know, the women didn't work. The men went out they were all housewives. So like they would, you know, visit each other during the day, you know, drink coffee or do Avon parties or something. And everybody knew everybody and visited each other at their house. And, you know, like the neighbors would have like a birthday party for one of their kids, and all the neighbors would go up. And like I was explaining at Halloween, you knew the neighbors, so they would try to guess who you were. That was like part of it. Because I mean, I think they knew who we were, but we thought we were fooling them. But that was like part of it. And like the one neighbor made homemade caramel apples. That was like the best thing. It was just this point. And like, if you had an emergency, they would help you. My neighbor had to come down one time because I was babysitting, and I took my little baby cousin into my brother's room to put him down for a nap, and the door swelled shut because it was in the summer. So my 8-year-old cousin, I had her dial the rotary phone on the wall and bring it, and it had a long cord, so stick it under the door. And I called the neighbor, and he had to come down, and I had to hand my baby cousin out the window to him, and he came in the front of the house and got the bedroom door open. And another time I was up on the roof cleaning gutters, and I got attacked by sweat bees, and he heard me screaming, and he came running down. And my mom didn't drive when we were little, and neither did the neighbor. So her father that lived with them, he would ride us places all the time. It was just, and the thing is, everybody was like that. That was just normal. Everybody was kind to old people. Everybody was kind to children. Like, I don't remember anybody ever being mean to an old person or a child. And
that's what I'm talking about. Like,
yeah.
I see these videos where like people are on the subways and they're standing and they're having the old person stand while they sit. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they don't have a problem themselves.
I think I understand it though. Like, I understand like the people up here. The people up here are middle-aged or older. They're either boomers or they're the next generation down. And so I just think they're just afraid because times have changed. They just know that there's more crime. They know you can't trust people. You know, it's just that the times have changed. And so some of the people are kind of they're still going to be friendly neighbors, even if the times have changed. And other people are more, you know, I'm going to be cautious because of the changes. And then the younger people, I think it's just sad. I think they're just not taught or shown anything. You know, we were raised half by TV and the government and things, but we still had more interaction, you know, with our parents and grandparents. And I mean, you were taught at least two things. You're going to respect your elders and you have to work. If you didn't get any other two messages, you got those two messages. You know, and I think being kind to children just kind of came naturally to people, but and you were probably taught it too. But I don't think anybody's taught or shown anything. I think they see a lot of old people that are nasty, and you know, why should I care about anybody older or younger than me? And you're sort of stuck in that too. It was happening when I was growing up. Okay, you go to school, you're with everybody your exact same age all day. You're not with anybody older. You're not with anybody younger. You're not learning how to interact with people of different ages. And I think that's only gotten worse.
We did in the schoolyard.
In the lunchtime. Yeah. Well, we didn't even when we were on recess, we were only with our class.
Oh no, not us.
Yeah, like, well, at least in grade school.
In grade school, it was by floor.
Okay.
So kindergarten, first, second, third.
So you got a little bit.
Yeah, and then in high school, all four. But did you have a question for Cy? Because I'm going to lose the questions in the chat.
Yeah, the question was if you were interested in other paranormal subjects.
Give an example, because
okay, like you said you were into conspiracy theories. Did you say that?
I'm not
You're not into that. Okay, so like, what are there other areas that you are interested in?
Well, I do astrology and I do birth chart readings and stuff like that. Spiritual counseling from time to time, psychic readings, and spirit and entities. Those are my main focuses. And prophetic dreams. I also do remote viewing with people from time to time. But I'm very, very picky as to who I let in my energy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
as far as the remote viewing, but that's pretty much it. Like, if it comes to entities or spiritual stuff, I'm usually I'm in the mix. I know a lot. I've seen a lot. So I help people with different things. The remote viewing is kind of just a fun game type thing to show people that you can go into other people's entities or energies, but you don't want to do it intrusively. So don't do it unless somebody else invites you in. There's some people that can naturally do it and don't have control over it because they haven't honed it in to where they can control it. And that's different. But people that know they can do it and know they can get into other people's energies, I think doing that without permission is intrusive.
Okay.
But astrology, in fact, I have a stream up now of the birth, the planetary alignments, and I've done.
You were Sandy was talking about how did we find each other, and so many people with similar birthdays, or you were saying the Neptune and the other thing. The thing is, there's millions and millions of people that are in those signs or have those birthdays. So to me, it's still a tiny amount of people, although it is concentrated within those birthdays and those signs. And yet it's even of those, it's a small minority, though. I mean, why do you think there wouldn't be like more even of the people in those signs and birthdays?
Because they're protected. I said there's spiritual protections, bubbles around people that it would emotionally break them. That's why. It would break their spirit or break their sense of reality. And they wouldn't be able to mentally or emotionally handle it, so they're protected naturally through a higher power. Not everybody's going to see the supernatural. Not everybody's going to be gifted supernaturally. People that can handle it and work their way through it and learn from it and help other people are usually the ones that have the gift and that can see things. Again, in some situations, it'll try to show itself to make people interested because of the inner light. But those that can actually have the supernatural gifts like I do, they usually are there to help people.
Okay.
Really quickly, good night, Daniel.
Good night, Daniel.
I'm taking screenshots of the questions because I have to do a thank you now, and the questions are disappearing. Hello,
Oh,
to
no.
Mothman. Good night, to Mothman.
Now, do you want me to
Hey,
go
Flapstick.
out so somebody else can come in?
I mean, you can stay while no one's here. I'm still, no one else has joined yet. I'll let you know if someone comes up.
Okay.
I'm writing down flat 6.
You haven't premiered our song yet, have you?
I have not, but the video is
Not
ready.
yet.
It's going to be premiered
You can
Saturday
show
night.
it tonight at the end if you want to.
Josh isn't here. He worked hard on that video, so I'm going to wait till Saturday.
Okay.
Carpool has arrived. I'll get to that 1 second. I want to take a picture of all the questions, so I don't lose them. Taking pictures of all the questions. Okay, I got all the questions. So, hello to the carpool.
Hello, carpool.
The carpool arrived while we were talking. And good night to Mothman. Good night to Daniel. Oh, you didn't work hard at all. Shush. Shush. Yes, you did. Did you get your email from me? LJ?
What?
Did you get the,
Oh,
the
yes.
email
I sent you a reply of LOL back. Was there more? Was there just that picture? Is that all there was in that file? Because I can't get those
I
files
made a couple
open.
more. I did make a couple more, but I can't present right now.
Right.
So, but
I
first
figured you were probably doing all of them.
No, I didn't do all of them.
Okay.
I just did Michael Jordan because he was leaping, you see, and the 2 pockets missing we used. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. The 2 pockets missing. Wait, I have this trophy. Um, I took I took Bruce Springsteen. First, I changed the hat to a bandana, and then I took the pockets off. And can I just say, his butt looks so weird without pockets. It looks so bad. But the 2 pockets missing, yeah,
Oh
I
my
did that
God.
one too. But guys, trophies up, please. Thank you to Astral Fugitive again. Thank you, Astral Fugitive.
Thank you, Astro.
Thank you, Astral. No, J Truth Seeker.
I love that.
The StreamYard link is at the top for anyone who has a question for Sai, who'd like to come up and ask Sai's question, like verbally, instead of putting it in the chat. But it's not an open panel tonight. This is a community spotlight. Astral says no problem.
Your donut graphics keep getting more and more sophisticated.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
really
thank
good.
you.
And she's really good at that.
I don't do the donut graphics. The videos, but the donut graphics are mostly, from Giphy. Just to be clear, I did not make that.
I don't know why I can't get those files open. I've opened files like that before. So I don't know why these don't want to open it. I don't know. It's whatever.
I have lots of thank yous for Christmas. I've got presents.
I love that.
I've got coffee. I've got Santa. I've got
like
the
the
little
Santa.
girl. I've got the little girl and boy. And then I have the bee. I don't know why she's a bee, but she's opening presents, so it works. And
That's
I kept
so
the
cute.
thank you sprinkles on top. For Josh, I have, that's the first place award, but I also have a stupid award for Josh. That's an inside joke for anyone who missed it when Josh called his own award stupid. Thank you, Astral.
I do want to mention, Astral, I want you to give me an email, and I want to meet up with you to talk about some things. If you want to.
I don't know how to make transparent gifts that move other than using a sticker maker. And the sticker maker only does this. So, like, I have the donuts one. Here, look. I made this one. I made this. I made it. I drew it. I wrote it. I made it. I can only make it do this. Or I can make this one, like it shakes its butt. That's it. Because those are the only options they give you. Like, the original one looks like this. And then I made it look like that in the gift maker, the sticker maker. But, like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Like, I don't know how to do them. If I knew how to do them, I would make them.
If I'm not there Saturday, you can still do the song. I mean, I should be there, but who knows? I never know when I'm going to be up and when I'm not.
It's just going to be a premiere. We're going to do it multiple times throughout the Christmas shows. So you'll be here for one, I'm sure. We can always do it when you're here for an open panel, too. So. No, you do not. And guys, I'm making special thank yous for the Christmas show. So there's going to be special thank you Christmas donuts for the Christmas show. Christmas videos. Anyway, all right. So the questions that were in the chat that almost disappeared, that I can't see now. First one is from Curse Black. Are tarot cards a gateway to open yourself to evil?
No,
Can
no,
they
they're
be?
not. They can be emotionally damaging, but they're not a gateway. I have a thing with tarot cards. I've done a lot of research in different ways with them. So tarot cards tend to, I would say, at least almost 90% plus. It doesn't matter what you draw, it doesn't matter how you draw them, what spread you do, they usually match the planetary alignment. That is a supernatural thing. How random cards match the planetary alignment, not really quite sure. Give it up to the planetary alignment thing, but supernatural. It's what you draw off of them. So if you look, each tarot card has a meaning, and the way they describe the meaning. For example, the Three of Swords, they depict it as it meaning someone's cheating on you, or there's a third party in your relationship, or something is going to be around that way. If you believe that, you can self-sabotage your relationship, thinking that somebody's going to cheat on you, or somebody has cheated on you, or that somebody is cheating, however, or there's going to be interference in a relationship. It doesn't necessarily have to be a romantic one. It could be a family member and you have a third party moving in to cause a disturbance. And if you naturally, human response, want to try to stop that or respect or change that from happening, you can actually self-sabotage yourself, your own relationship. So if you really look into tarot cards, each card represents a portion of the zodiac. So, like for example, swords are air signs. Coins or pentacles are earth signs. So if you, wands are water, or fire rather. Wands are fire and cups are water. So if you look at each section of it, it actually matches the planetary alignment. If you really want to know what's going on, just Google planetary alignment. It's easier than doing the tarot cards, and you can stay away from the false meaning of them.
You mentioned families, and maybe you said earlier, and I missed it somehow. But who is your family? There's you and your husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have kids.
I don't have any children. I have a dog.
Okay.
My
Okay.
Buttercup. It's me and my husband, and I have 4 sisters and many nieces and nephews. So I have extended family. My mother unfortunately passed away last year, and my father's still alive and funny as anything. He jokes around all the time.
You and me and Sandy all lost our moms last year. I think is that right?
I know.
Sandy?
God forbid. No, my dad.
It was your dad.
God forbid. Don't say that about my mom.
Sorry.
Calm down,
She
Sandy.
lost her
Calm
dad,
down.
and we each lost our mom. My mom passed away in February.
I lost my dad February 1st, and my stepdad February 3rd, 2019. So February.
I
my
forget
birthday is February
exactly
9th,
what
so
day she passed, but we buried her on Valentine's Day on the 14th. So that's the date that sticks in my mind.
My mom died right the Monday before Thanksgiving, unexpectedly. And well, I knew it was going to happen. See, that's the hard thing about having the supernatural gifts. I knew it was going to happen 2 weeks before it happened, but there's nothing I could do to stop it.
Yeah, my mom sort of decided it herself because they put her on dialysis. She tried it twice, and then she said, I don't want to do it anymore. So she chose her own time. She could have been here for more years, but I think she just felt lonely because all the people in her generation were gone, and like my brother's wife's parents had both passed right before her, so they all passed 1, 2, 3 in a row. I think she just felt very lonely, and she's the kind of person. She was a wonderful, lovely person. She wasn't the kind of person to push herself through a lot of suffering. That just wasn't one of her characteristics. So I think it was partly she was lonely and didn't like being the last one in her generation. And of course, she was very ill, and then she just didn't want to suffer more than she was already suffering. I think it was just a combination of all that.
I'm so sorry.
I saw it happen 2 weeks before she died.
Wow.
And I was in the middle of a psychic read when it came to me. I didn't want to believe it at first, and then, because it's a natural human response. I am human, you know what I mean? So the emotional response is you don't want to believe it, and then I knew it, and then I just knew it, and I was just like kind of gearing myself up for it, trying to prepare myself. And when it happened before the day, she was actually supposed to be released from the hospital the day she died. So I was sitting there and I was like, when they told me she was being released, I was actually like, well, one time I don't mind being wrong in my predictions. So I was like, okay, I don't mind that at all. And then I got the call the next day that she was moved to the ICU and that I should get down to Florida to be there. And I knew she was already gone by the time I got that call. Her body was still being alive, but she was gone.
Oh.
And I just told my husband, pack funeral clothes, and got ourselves a hotel to go down there. And her body finally went on our way down. I knew I wasn't going to make it. I tried. But she was already well gone before her body was. And it was very unexpected. It wasn't like a prepared for type thing. The weird thing was I do have 2 sisters that know of my psychic abilities. They don't know the depth of it, but they know some of it. And they both looked at me when they decided the group of them were going to go out to buy clothes to wear. And I said, I already have mine with me. And they both looked at me like, you knew. And I was like, yeah, I knew. I've known, but I didn't tell them I've known for weeks. But I had known for weeks.
I do have more questions for you. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm all right.
All right. As soon as that asks, can you detect a person's physical health looking at their name, handle, or picture?
Sometimes. Not all the time. If I hear their voice, if I have any interaction with them, I can usually tell better if there's something wrong with their physical health. But usually that's through voice or if I get a message that comes in, one or the other. So I have gotten messages that were meant for people in chats while I was doing a live stream. And sometimes I don't interrupt the live stream, but I'll say, hey, why don't you send me an email? And here's my email address. If I say that to somebody, I'm usually getting something in for them.
So I got a message from me years before she met me.
Yeah. That's the strange thing. I got it before I even was doing live streams. I got Sandy's name or her internet name.
Which I hadn't even used yet. I wasn't using Sandy Diva yet.
And I ignored it. I just ignored it, and I happened to be in the state that she grew up in at the
No,
time that I got.
you
I was
happen to
in.
be in the area where I was vacationing probably around the same time.
So when I first got the name, I looked around and I didn't see anybody. Usually it'll stand out very prevalent to me, like kind of like, I wouldn't say an aura, but I can hone in on it kind of deal when I look around. But there was no one around me that was standing out that, oh, you need to talk to them, or that's who you're looking for. Um, but it came to me about 2016, 2015, 2016. I have to look at my pictures because when we were down Wildwood, I took pictures, and that was the last time we were down Wildwood. And that's when I got your name. And the fact we hadn't found each other, even though going in the same circles of people until
Weird.
more recently, is weird.
It's weird.
So I kind of chalked that up to like it wasn't the right time.
Yeah. It was probably just like, remember this name for when you see it.
Well, it kind of hounded me. It doesn't come once. Like, it don't come multiple times. And I'll be like, okay, all right, I get it. It's a sign of some sort, but I don't know what at the time.
North Star Alpha asks, can you read my mind?
No. Well, yes, no. Yes, I can. No, I will not. It's intrusive.
And that would be a question I would ask.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Melissa. And really quickly, I missed some people. Hello to Flat 6, J Truth Seeker, and LWD40. And to Mothman, but I said goodnight to him. I know sometimes you get messages that are too personal. Can you block those messages out?
Yep. I can, well, I still hear them. I don't stop from getting them, but I can write them off. I can just say, no, I'm not paying attention to that. Or, no, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that is like my go-to. No, we're not doing that. No, mm-mm. If I feel like it could hurt somebody, I don't pay attention to it.
Curse Black, you can ask as many questions as you want. Curse Black says one more question if possible. My dad was always into pyramid power. Is there anything to any of that you know of? Are you familiar with pyramid power?
I'm not familiar. Well, is that where they build the pyramid hats and stuff?
I'm looking it up.
I don't know. I've heard of where like they wear that.
There you go. It's the belief that the pyramid shape, particularly like the Great Pyramid of Giza, can harness cosmic or natural energies to provide benefits like food preservation, improved health, sharper razors, that's weird, and enhanced mental focus. It was part of the 1970s New Age movement.
I don't know enough to answer that, to be honest with you. I could say there's definitely a lot that has to go in with the hieroglyphs on the pyramids in the ancient times, especially the ancient Samaritans, because they saw a different planetary alignment than we see now, and they saw things that we're not in tune with. So could it be a thing? I'm guessing it could, but I really am not well versed into speaking on pyramid power. Sorry.
It's okay. I am getting images for merging on some old stuff because of that. So thank you, Kurspa. All right. Are there any more questions in the chat? Let's see. I'm trying to get back there. It's not moving. And now my chat's just gone.
Oh no. All right.
telling you, everything's like moving slow for me. Give me a minute. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Give me a minute.
All
The
right,
cherry just fell
July.
off my cigarette on top of my lighter. Of
Oh
all
my
places for it to
God.
land. Not
Oh, put
good.
it out.
Okay,
Put it
sorry.
out.
I put it out. It's fine. I
Put it
just needed
out.
a moment. It's all good. Okay.
I do see Jiraiya's question, and honestly, I'm not well versed in that, hun. I'm sorry.
Chris Black said, yes, my dad did wear a pyramid hat.
Yeah, I thought that was what it was, the pyramid
He
hat.
tried to gain psychic powers.
You can't do that.
Ronan
It's
the
either
voice, hello. Yes, sharpens razors. Ron Brulick, welcome. Let me write Ronan down.
I did see something Jiraiya said earlier. She asked me, but I don't think she had a cue in front of it. Jiraiya, if you want to talk about like dreams and stuff like that and the supernatural, I unfortunately can't type in chat while I'm on StreamYard, but we can get you my email address and you can contact me.
Jiraiya, the ley lines and lines of power where they build sacred sites in certain places, yes. I've heard a lot about that. Like, and also near bodies of water are all power, but I don't know if it makes a difference. Like, I don't know how true it is, but I have heard of it. That's all I could say on that as well. Yes, Hidden City. I was going to talk about that on the next show. Little pyramid sharpeners used in World War II.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that might
saw
be in it.
them.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Googling it. I've never heard of it. Weird. Weird. Okay. New comments. Chris Black says, it's okay. I don't know about it myself. The pyramid power. Thank you, though. North Star Alpha says, can you feel energy in a home by touching the walls? I can.
I don't feel energy like past energy from a home. I feel it from people and I feel it from entities, but not from like touching a wall. No. I know when something's negative. I know when something's evil. I can pinpoint it most of the time to what's going on, but usually it's not a house thing. I'll just get this. Let me just explain something. Usually entities aren't attached to the house. They're attached to the person. So my 3 attachments, doesn't matter where I move, they're going to come along with me. They're here. They're with me. They're not with anyone else. They're not in the house. My house is brand new, and they're still with me. They go wherever I go and have gone. The one that's been attached to me since I was an infant, he has moved different places, everywhere I go, he goes. So they move along with the people. That's why some people that think they're going to get away from something because they move out of the house, it's not really the house. It's the person or people. Now there are circumstances where like there are more evil and demonic things that attach to items and houses and stuff, but most of that's rare. That's not often seen. It's in a movie. It happens more in the movies than it does outside of the movies.
Let's see. There was another question. I'm looking for it. Jariah is a he, by the way.
I'm
And yeah,
sorry.
people think you're a girl. No, it's okay. People think you're a girl because Jariah, Mariah, it sounds like a girl's name. Let's see. Word of advice, says Ormane, if you're sleeping on a ley line, watch out for the wet spot. I'll let myself out.
Oh my God. Renee. He cracks me up.
I heard of a guy, says Ronan, who would touch the walls of a Masonic temple and see spirits.
He might.
And what-
Usually that's empaths, though. Empaths feel that stuff more than psychics do.
Yeah, there are some places that are just bad.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. In other words, I can feel what happened there, says Northstar Alpha. Like an echo. I'm saying like an echo.
Like energy.
Sai, Pushing's dropping your email.
Okay. Thank you, Buttons.
All right, well, are there any more questions? 253 Monty, welcome. Any more questions for Sai? That includes you, LJ. Do you have any more questions for Sai?
Not that I can think of right now.
Preliminary, yes. There are empathic people, and then there are empaths. Empaths can usually feel energy in homes, places, people, and things. And that's a misconception that they only feel them with other people. They feel actual energy. I do not do that. That is not me.
Maybe I do have a question, which you may know or not. Ghosts. What do you think ghosts are? Do you think they're dead people, or what do you think they are?
Some spirits are dead people. Entities are different. They're on a different level of density or a little different level of that we can't see.
Okay, well,
So,
the question is, you know how there are certain ghosts that will be in one graveyard or in one house, and they'll just appear and do the same thing over and over, and they'll do this for 100 years or something. Why does that? What is that? Why is that thing stuck doing that same thing all the time?
you see it as stuck. What I see it as is they enjoy doing it.
Why? But how can you enjoy doing that forever? That wouldn't you get bored out of your mind?
To them, they're living what they're doing.
Do they
So
remember that they've done it over and over again, or does it seem new to them every time?
it probably seems new to them or a daily routine for them. Like everybody has a daily routine, right? Like you get up, you make coffee. I get up and have a cigarette. I'm like, I have to have my morning cigarette or my
But
afternoon
that's not
cigarette.
my entire life. My entire life isn't a cup of coffee every day, a cup of coffee. And that's all there is to my life is a cup of coffee.
Right, but that you're alive, they're not. So that makes them feel like they are. That's a part of their routine.
I guess I'm just, to me, it seems like they're trapped, like into this one place, and they're stuck doing the same stupid thing over and over again. Like that's how it seems to me.
No, they're not stuck. They could get to where they're going. They choose to be earthbound.
Guys,
They're not
there's
stuck.
56 people watching and only 37 likes. We need to fix this.
For
please.
me personally, I'm not convinced they're dead people, but that's just an opinion. But whatever they are, they're something. They're some kind of a spirit, and for some reason they're stuck. I don't know. It's just wow. Okay. But
And
you feel that they enjoy that. They like it.
that's the way they feel alive. Some spirits don't want to leave. They want to be earthbound. And they want to be earthbound because they enjoyed life. They enjoyed living. So they try to recreate. And that's what
37
happens.
now.
Woohoo!
Thank you, Flat Six. We're still 20 people short. 58 watching. 37 likes. That ratio is not good, guys. Please take a moment. It's free to hit the like button. Very much appreciated. Thank you. I'm seeing if I missed any more questions. Mustard Seed said, so in other words, people can send you psychic junk mail. Sai, I know this has nothing to do with your interview, but they just got here. Do you all believe the origin of the what do you all believe the origin of the universe is? Some people in the chat don't believe in the universe, period.
Me? It's a higher
Yeah.
power. God. It's God.
God.
Mm-hmm.
I would be sad because I couldn't remember yesterday, Jiraiya. Jiraiya says you aren't sad if you don't remember yesterday. But I would be sad if I couldn't remember yesterday. No, thank you, Flat Six.
41.
All right, we're getting there. Ronan says, hit that like for Sandy, please. She works hard. Thank you. Well, right now, Sai's working hard. It's hard to answer these questions on the spot. Let's see. Wormine says, I'm existentially concerned. I might become a ghost instead of moving on. I've thought about this since I was a kid. Worried about becoming a ghost.
Well, when it's your time, choose to move forward, not to stay earthbound. I don't think you have to worry about that, though.
If you're scared of it, you're not going to choose it. It's going to be a choice presented to you, I'm sure.
Yes. You have a choice.
No, I'm saying, Dry, that if I could not remember the day before, that would make me sad. Not that remembering being sad the day before. Just if I couldn't remember the day before, like if, God forbid, I ever get dementia or Alzheimer's, that would upset me.
Really, Buttons? Really? Really?
Wait, what did he say? What did Pishin say? What numbers are going to hit for me, Sai?
I have numbers in my head, but I don't know who they're going to hit for.
Hey, we'll all play them.
You all want to
Drop
play
them.
them?
We'll all play the numbers. Read them out, put them on the screen.
How many you want?
6.
You want 6 numbers? You're going to play pick 6?
I guess that's what he said.
All right,
How
6
many's in the
numbers?
Powerball?
I have no idea.
Is it 5 in a Powerball? Or is it 6 in a Powerball? Hold on. I don't play.
I don't play it either, so I don't know.
I'm looking up the latest Powerball numbers, I'll tell you.
Don't tell me the
Okay.
numbers.
No, I'm not telling you the numbers. It's 5 balls and a Powerball. All right, so here 6 numbers. Let's go.
Really? All right.
Yep.
Y'all gonna play this all over the place. I'm not saying it's gonna hit. That's not. No promises. Just for entertainment purposes.
Just for entertainment purposes only, people. Here we go.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
25, 26.
Wait, I can't type that fast. 26.
Okay.
Okay.
8,
Okay.
33,
Okay.
and 11. Is that
That's
all?
5. There's one. We need one more.
Oh, we need one more.
Yeah, Powerball.
7.
So which one's the Powerball?
7.
Oh, okay. All right, everyone.
This is not a question on my psychic ability. I do not give numbers out to people.
Entertainment
not-
purposes only, everyone.
That is not what being a psychic is about, or else I'd be a millionaire by now.
And we also don't know what day this would be. So, grain of salt. Entertainment
Grain of
purposes
salt.
only. But if you win, you gotta let us know.
If you win
So we
anything,
can
you gotta let
congratulate
us
you.
know, right?
Yes. And pass on some of it to Sai.
Send donuts.
To Sai if you win. Ormine says, I don't do Powerball, but if someone in the chat wins, you owe us a coffee. Whoever wins will never see again, says Jiraiya.
That's how we know they won, right? I don't know. It gets itchy after a while, so they might be coming back and asking for more numbers.
Sushin says, thanks, I am going to Mexico. Woohoo!
Oh my God.
Go-Kart Bob says, I know the formula. You have to keep track for 10 weeks of each number. Then you see a pattern.
Honestly,
Wow.
the only time I've used my psychic ability for
Oh, we lost out there.
playing money wise is at the casino. And I don't abuse it. So, but put me in front of a roulette table.
Oh my God, it's my favorite.
Put me in front of a roulette table.
I haven't been to a casino in like 20 years. But the key to winning, to beating the casino, when you play roulette, of course, or maybe any table game, but I play roulette, is if you win a decent amount, like 75 or 125 or even 50, but it's usually 75 for some reason. 26, 75, 120 or 150. That's usually the winnings I would get. I would say, like, if it's 120, give me $100 chip, and then the rest in $1 chips, and keep playing the $1 bets. You see what I'm saying? Pocket the 100.
Pocket the 100.
Never bring your debit card or credit card. Bring a set amount of money, because you have to treat it like entertainment, like you're going to the movies.
Yep, I agree.
So if you're going to spend $50, you spend $50. You lose it, you're out. You had fun for $50 worth. That's how you gamble responsibly.
Me and my husband went to Parks one time. That's a casino up in Pennsylvania, for those who don't know. And we went to Parks and we lost a decent amount of money. And I kind of used a little bit of my psychic ability and found a machine that hit pretty decent and then left. I was like, peace, I'm out. We made our money back plus some.
It used to be a tradition that my mom and my stepdad would take us to the casinos for New Year's Eve. This was like, I don't know, from the time we were like 22 to 28, somewhere in there, okay? I'm
Mhm.
guessing the years. But like every year for that short period of time, we went to the casinos for New Year's Eve. And they would give us $100 to play with, which was amazing. And I was
I
playing a
didn't know
Jeopardy slot machine, and that damn thing hit. Well, I ran out of money, and the next person walked up and hit. I was so mad. So mad.
that. Mm-mm. What I'll usually do is put my husband on one machine and I'll be on the one next, like around the corner from it or whatever. And we'll work our way around the casino like that till it hits, and then we leave. But my favorite is Willy Wonka. That's one of my favorites, and the one that I have to stay away from is Stinking Rich. That thing has sucked me in more times than I can imagine. It sucks me in. It gets me, and I lose. When I lose big on it. So we stay away from that unless it's towards the end of the night and we lost money and I want to make it back quick.
Are there any more questions in the chat? Otherwise, we're going to head out. Yeah, I have no money for that either, Kush Black.
Yeah, now I don't.
Yeah, I've been, like I said, it's been at least 20 years. Before I was sick, when I was, earning my money
Mm-hmm.
at a job and a paycheck every week. Oh, casinos are absolutely rigged.
Yeah.
Absolutely rigged. But that's the thing. Your best bet is to play the table games because the slot machines are easily rigged. It's much harder to rig the table games. Like, for example, roulette. There's multiple bets. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people can drop some bets right before that ball starts stopping. So you're much more likely to win on roulette than a slot machine.
So Jiraiya has a question.
I'm looking for
I
it.
see a Q up there. Oh,
Where?
thanks, buttons.
Oh. I'll get the catastrophe in a minute. When's the next coup between you two? Coup.
Co-op.
Oh, collab?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the random rambling
Oh my god.
and the trivia, and I think we should do an AI battle. I think that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we will. I think after Christmas, when it slows down, you got Christmas stuff ahead of you. And other people are busy right now. But we have to get the men versus women trivia going, have Josh shave his beard.
Maybe one of the Christmas shows I do will be one of those AI battles.
Okay. Kind of get used to it.
Yeah, well, no, we're gonna try it with like a generator that tells everybody what to make, and get you guys involved. Maybe I'll make an email address just for you guys to send what you made.
Oh my god.
We
Really?
can get the
All
whole
right.
chat involved. Yeah, I think that'd be
All
fun,
right.
don't you?
Yeah, I do.
So, Pushin is saying that this show was a catastrophe.
Really? Really
Great
buns.
show, but this catastrophe's in the icons. So in the emojis, we got catastrophe, 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 catastrophe.
And that's my fan club president, too. What is going on?
Any predictions for Ukraine? Says Preliminal.
I don't want to say that.
Okay. Poker is my game, says North Star Alpha. LJ, thank you for coming up here. We didn't get to say goodnight to you.
Good night, LJ. Excited about your song?
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I know. It's good. The video and the music is good. Years ago, I was cut off and escorted out of a casino in Nassau, Bahamas for card counting. I have no clue how to count. I was just lucky. Oh, poor flat
Aw.
six.
Aw.
House always wins, says Ronan. Yep. I don't
I
know what
want to
super cash mega bucks are.
tell you guys, I had a stream earlier tonight. Please go back and watch it if you weren't able to make it, because it was at 8:30, and I know some of you aren't on till later, Eastern time, 8:30 Eastern time. So go check it out. Hit the like button. Also, there is a new video up. If you need a little happiness in your life, look at Buttercup tap dancing.
Yeah. Your email is at the top.
Okay.
I don't know if we. Pushin, can you make a comment with her email and her channel to pin? Please?
Is he still on? Are you still here, Buttons?
Or Renee says, oh my gosh, have you all seen the app where you can gamble on your credit card bill or car payment? They are betting your debt against you and it's legal. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Crazy, crazy. Let's see. Mandanimal is lurking. Hello, Mandanimal. I don't mind if you lurk. Just make sure you hit the like. It really does help the channel. Preliminal says, I am a natural cupid. I've brought many couples together.
Good.
Love having LJ on. I agree, Jariah. Good night, Kassoon. Thank you
Good
again
night,
for
Kassoon.
the donuts.
Okay, I really want to know if somebody hits any of those numbers, even if it's one number. I just want to know.
Yeah. Lurking like, says Ronan. I always like lurking. Gemini's lucky number is 5. What's Leo's lucky number?
Leo's lucky number would be 5. They're the 5th in the zodiac.
That has never been my lucky number, I'll let you know. Never.
Well, you're also different birth chart. So, but
4,
if we're
8,
going by the sun
19.
sign, it would be Leo would be the 5th. Creativity and strength. That's what 5 is. So it actually has been your lucky.
But the actual number hasn't.
No. Well, mine, I haven't really had my number be lucky. My lucky numbers are 3, 6, 9.
Mine are 4, 8, 16, 19. And 44.
Well, I'm number 7 in the zodiac.
Double checking. Super Mario, hello. Because, I'm getting ready to do these shout outs. I want to make sure I have everybody. Ronan subbed. Sigh.
Oh, thank you, Ronan.
Leo is 3.
No, Leo is 5. It's the 5th in the zodiac. You start at Aries. Aries is 1. Taurus is 2. Gemini is 3. 4 is Cancer. 5 is Leo. 6 is Virgo. 7 is Libra. 8 is Scorpio. 9 is Sag. 10 is Capricorn. 11 is Aquarius. 12 is Pisces.
Preliminal's talking numerology.
Oh. There, but there was the previous comment. Really? Go-kart? You can't put that up.
Or Renee has one.
He's been crazy tonight, man. Go-kart Bob.
Or Renee has had 121 pop up in his life over and over and over again.
That's how I am with 369.
And yet you're saying to go-kart Bob, really, for 6'9".
Right. Mine's 369, not 69.
I know.
It's how he's been running tonight. He was trying to make a love connection on my stream.
LJ, is that your real number? Oh my gosh, LJ.
Oh my God.
Be careful who you give your number to online, LJ.
Go-kart, I don't know if you're going to see Amy again. I think you drove her off. This new person came in my chat. I was like, can you tell me what my love life is going to be like? And Go-kart Bob's like, I'm single. I'm right here. And all of a sudden she left. I didn't see her after that.
Oh my God. Oh, it's the National Weather Service in Pittsburgh. The number that LJ dropped is the National Weather Service in Pittsburgh. All right, guys.
That's so funny.
Once again, please take a moment to hit like on the stream. Subscribe if you haven't already. Ring the bell so you're notified. Also, subscribe to Sai. Her link is in the description, but it's also pinned to the top of the chat. Send her an email if she told you to send her an email, which is also pinned at the top of the chat. No, it's not. Wait, did Push and drop that link?
Yeah.
I missed it. Where?
All the way back.
No, the email with your link.
Yeah. Yeah, he posted it in the comments.
I didn't see it.
In the chat. All the way back.
I'm looking. Give me a minute. Let's see if I can find it. I got it. I'm pinning it. I had it. It made me go to the link, and now I got to find it again.
Buttons just reposted it.
Nope, it's already replaced. I got it. So link and email are pinned at the top. Thanks to Push and thank you, Push. All right, those likes look much better.
Button.
Thank you. The likes are now at 45, with 54 watching. 46. Thank you. Thank you, Ronan. I hope yours are as well. I hope you are as well. Hey, D-Man.
I don't think I got a chance to say hi, D-Man.
I thought I had D-Man already on my list. So let me check.
I don't know.
I guess I don't. Let me see. Yeah, I do.
Thank you,
I do.
Preliminal.
He was here earlier. I got him. All right, guys. If you have not said hello in the chat, now is the time. Last chance for the shout out list. I'm going to get this rainbow off the screen. Give me a minute. All right, there we go. I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. Thank you for welcoming Sai, listening to her and her experiences and her thoughts, for giving her questions to answer, just for being here and hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. And thank you to Sai for hanging out. This is late for you.
Yeah, it is late. Past my bedtime.
No, you don't get a stupid award. You get a number first award. There you go. But also, first in the chat tonight was in the studio. Michael Fontaine, that's for you too. Followed by Go-Kart Bob, Daniel Riffle, Kitty Caddywhack. Let's see. Lil Cam 51, Ken Raz, Cy, of course, David A.K. Logan Freeman, Astral Fugitive, Hellcat 76, Pushin' Button 62, D-Man 216, Noise Guru was here for a bit, Propagate This Light, Mustard Seed of Faith, Jessica S., Anorexic Dyslexic, Cyber Grunge, Half Truths, Blue Riders DG, Josh, Dark Slayer, Willer Greg, Jennifer, Missing Time, Creek Mary, LVK, Time Man, Ormane, Curse Black, Gerald Neal, Jariah, Julie, Kassoon, Roger Ledwell, Splatter 420, Stinging Nettle, Morgan, North Star Alpha, LJ, Tim Mothman, Flat 6, J Truthseeker, Mel WD40, Melissa Bible 101, Ronan the Voice, Ron Brulick, Preliminal, 253 Monty, Mandanimal, Super Mario Brothers 3. Did I miss anyone in the chat? I am losing my voice.
I think you got everybody.
I'm not saying that. I'm going to guess that's Parody there, though. Parody Mike, is that you? We'll say Rumpelstiltskin with a 4.
Oh my god.
May all your numbers hit big, says Pushin.
LJ's just spamming phone numbers.
21 more days till Ormane has his own place.
Yay, Ormane.
Yes. Ho, 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 says Go-Kart Bob, since you're doing that. Guys, if you'd like to donut, links are in the description. Donuts are very much needed, very much appreciated. Never ever required. There's the ho, ho, ho donut. Ho, ho, ho. Okay, let's see. Guys, please make sure you hit like before you leave. There's still 50 people watching. Good night, and thank you, everyone, says Jariah. Thank you again to Kassoon Lee and Astral Fugitive for the donuts tonight. Really, guys, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And, Sai, is there anything else you want to share with everyone before you go? Like maybe your next show?
I don't know when my next show. Oh, I do want to share with people. I would like to do an astrology, basically planetary alignment thing once a week. We just did one tonight. I know it's a little early for some of you guys, but if you want to go back and watch it, please do so. Hit the like button, share it. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. I do all different types of things, supernatural. We're just a fun group of people that like to laugh and joke around and talk about different things. So please join up.
Yeah. All right, guys. You heard her. Go subscribe. It's at the top of the chat. Also in the description, if you're watching on replay and there's no chat yet because it takes a while to populate, her link is in the description, as well as Josh, Splatter, Propagate, Hebrew. I got to fix Jeff's. Jeff's is incorrect. I got to fix it still. But there's lots of links in the description. The links to Donut are in the description. I think that's it. All right, guys. If I can get Jose or Splatter tomorrow night, I might do another one tomorrow night. If not, I'll see you Saturday night. Sai, you know what time it is. Say goodnight, Sai.
Good night, everybody. It's time to go.
It's time to go to bed.
Time to go. It's about that time. Let's go.
All right. Good night, everyone. We'll see you soon.
See you guys.
Smash the two, smash the two, smash the two, smash the two. Gonna strap up, 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 please turn it off. Why must we watch Friends? 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 I've seen this show about 1,000,000 times. Not even funny when I'm drunk or high. Why must we watch Friends?
Thanks for joining us tonight.
Watch Friends.
Is that freaky?
Why must we watch Friends?
Wait a minute.
This reality is not going to be very pleasant when all the good people leave.
I'm telling you now for the 100th time. To change the
Isn't even close. How could you say otherwise? The land's
Everybody, Hebrew 77 here.
I'm doing good. Now that I'm home and off work.
Why must we watch Friends? That laugh track is so welcome to me.
Fog that's happening over across everywhere.
No. Pastor of Muppets.
Asian man propagate, never too late. Yes.
Working on Baby, It's Cold Outside.
Part of your world, it flipped back again.
We all come from different realities, like I explained last week.
Then watch TV, sit down and catch those ballet. Why must we watch Friends? 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 Why must we watch Friends?